It's okay, everyone. I'm here. Good morning, guys. How you doing? uh, no, I'm still just setting up charts. All right. That. What else do I want? Holding on to the call hedge through today. You mean the long side of the straddle? Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think I need to. SPX here. We don't need to keep watching the SPY and to open because we can pull up futures. Boom. Doing fun things. Is this still the weekend stream? Basically, yeah. What's up, Jen Jen? Morning. Just got back from Japan. Their bidet game is incredible. I hope you're doing well, senpai. Good to see you back, Chaku. I am. Thanks for asking. I hope you had fun. And congratulations on the clean butthole. Ah, dry lips. There we go. SCX is going to open right where it closed on Friday. No, down from where it closed on Friday. By about 50 BPS. That was a weird statement to follow up with a lip pop. No, it wasn't. It was the only statement you should ever follow up with a lip pop. I can't believe I gotta roll my 410s that expire this Friday. I can. No sleep, best Gurk. No sleep, Gurk, best Gurk. I did sleep, but for like not a lot of time. I'm a little orange today, aren't I? There we go. That's a normal human color. Okay, for me. Thoughts on Upstart puts? I have a bunch. They're kind of neat. Mm. All right. Still opening below resistance. And it's a little bit above Friday's close, but not much. Couple points. You're looking like a snack this morning. It's a lot of cake I had over the weekend, Carl. FUBA gonna break $2 this week and head north for the summer. Probably not. There's no reason to expect that right now. My Upstart puts are down 94% and are worthless. When did you buy them? Earnings? Too soon? Gotta adjust the camera so your spray tan doesn't show. Believe me, I do not have a spray tan. I am pale as fuck right now. If anything, I need to get a spray tan, but I don't want to go to New Jersey. Gun it, STD slot machine. Thinking of putting a bit of my long-term holdings into Jeppy. Do you think this is a good time? The large amount of their dividends coming from selling covered calls. No. I also don't think putting a large amount of your holdings into Jeppy is a good idea. But yeah, this is the best time to buy into Jeppy is when volatility is high. So with your SLD positioning, are you holding, hedging upside, or ready to call over? What? I'm hedged to the upside. I have a... Oh, shit. The market opened. Woo. Nice gap. Still a lot of call interest at 4,200. Oh, okay, because we bounced. I see. But it's dying? Curious. So that's probably going to continue up. Yeah, right? Well, hold on one second. I'm just trying to see where everything's going to be positioned here. All right, still a lot of call interest at 4,200, 4180, 4185, 4195. A little bit of put interest to the downside, but it doesn't have a lot of gamma yet until we fall lower. So I still think an upside test in the early part of the day, not out of the question. Jimmy doing a little thing at market open, but not a very impressive one. Okay. It's safe to say that SLD has been over for 2 minutes now. Yeah. What's a good price for buying Fubo nowadays, for buying shares? I don't know if it'll go back under $1 with the most recent earnings beat, but I think under $1.50 is still possible, barring any kind of market event. Possible we see 410 by 6.2. Not impossible. I mean, it's only $90 away, right? Or $9. $9, I guess, in your case. Say ding ding, or it didn't open. Ding ding, sorry. Jimmy spread 10 cents. Yeah, 6. Time to cut Lily. You can if you want to. Yeah. Here we go. How long is that gonna last? Well, that could last a little while. Let's see. 205. 210's got a little bit of gamma, but not a ton. And then above that, not a lot of interest is coming in. Calls are a bit overpriced, so. With SLD now over and price action, does that mean that most participants are net short the market right now? No, but put interest has been accumulating, and Friday saw a lot of short calls come in. Most of them are above 42.25. The long call interest kind of dies off at 42.20. On the 0DTE side, most of the long call interest dies off around like 4,200, 4,210. You think Upstart upside is possible this week? Could we see 25? I mean, Upstart's becoming more illiquid right now, so that means that shorts are moving in. I don't think it's gonna like run for OPEX. GME might, because it's super illiquid still. Market doing its final death roll. We'll see. It could take some time. Limit credit down rating and default is so bullish. Well, it's a good reason to risk off, right? We all know about the Great Depression and the Great Recession. What are they going to call this? The Great Regression? The Great Fuck Up? Weren't calls expensive in the August? In August, the days SPX ripped and blew up Cock Magic's port. Yeah. It did tank immediately after that, though. They didn't get a lot of call buying done while those calls were expensive. But yeah, there was about 2 extra days of upside before it plummeted to the bottom of the earth. Cock Magic didn't like to buy Theta. I think that's the one thing that Cock Magic taught everyone. Was Theta's always better. And not to sell a house and YOLO the position into Iron Condors. Was listening to a discussion on 0DTEs, said they are causing early morning volatility, then that's slowly resolved during the day. Thoughts? I would say that the selling of them throughout the day drives volatility down into the end of the day. I think 0DTEs are sold far more than they are bought. The time that idiots thought that basic regression equals AI. Meta being fined 1.3 billion by the EU. Ooh, bearish. Is their stock price going up? Man, the haircut SLD, what else did it cut? Should we be buying puts soon for SLD? SLD is over. How is SPX back over 4,200? Well, this morning and last night, I said it was probably going to go back over 4,200. There's a lot of positioning still there. It can even go higher. I would say right now that 4210, maybe even 4220 is not entirely out of the question. Well, now I'm not trading the SPX. Understandable. I remember in August when it tapped 4,300 and dropped faster than I make grinder dates pants drop. Yeah, it really didn't like the upside of the color there. Yep, it can still go higher. Although there is a distinct lack of call interest at 4215. There is not a lot of data today at all. So the market's kind of gonna just probably follow positioning. And right now, positioning is to the upside. Are you saying that the only place the SPX can't go is left? No, I was pretty clear about it going up. There's a lot of positioning to the upside that is at the money, some of it in the money. We're in a positive gamma environment for now. And until that changes dramatically, we can stay there. There's also a big fat gap above us at 4220 from August. Not bull market. That's not sustainable. But still more calls. It's almost like you posted a DD where the range for the SPX went up to 4220. It actually goes a little higher than 4220, but yeah. Watched half of the Dillionaire stream. Your explanation on how to play a strangle at the beginning was helpful. Treating it as two separate legs is good knowledge. It's useful. October enough theta for SPY 370p. They are cheap. You need a pretty serious correction. I don't know if you need that much time to see it. How did VIX one day go up together with SPX the last couple of days? Lots of put spot. Like 0 and 1 DTE put spot. There's a lot of puts on the chain below us right now. They're just not near the money, so they don't have a lot of gamma. I don't think 4250 is in the works. 4225 is pretty heavily sold, and then increasingly sold up to 4500. We do have to watch out for any sustained prices above 4225 because that could trigger like another squeeze on the short calls like we saw Thursday and Friday. Well, mostly Thursday, but so that is something to watch out for. But right now, you know, most of the short calls repositioned higher when bullish momentum was lost on Friday. My March puts are dead. Really? The market dropped pretty hard in March. We should have made money on those. Will inflation start to go up again? That's possible. Yeah. I mean, retail sales were going up, but consumer sentiment is down, so it's hard to say how much discretionary income is being spent. PCE will give us a pretty, or at least a better idea this Friday. I'd say that midline core CPI and PCE have stayed elevated for the last 8 and 9 months, respectively. So inflation's still very sticky, which means the Fed is unlikely to lower rates. They're probably pretty unlikely to pause too. We're also facing like a liquidity crunch type situation as well. No, SPX rejected on the top of the screen, actually. It's surprising how little likelihood the market is thinking another 25 BPS hike for June is. I mean, the market hasn't appropriately priced rate hikes at all at any point. Maybe October. Close. Moss can't catch a break. Well, nat gas prices remain pretty low. And potash demand is expected to decline throughout the year. So it's more of like a long-term buy and holds. It would be nice if it started to see a little performance spike as we moved into the summer, but it's possible that there was a bit of over manufacturing last year. Biden McCarthy meeting will be around 4:30 p.m. Punch Bowl, so hopefully no politicians interrupting. That'd be nice. No, future not going up. Future going down. Future's rejected. Looks like they haven't priced in anything. That's pretty accurate, actually. I mean, they're not going to price in a technical default, right? They can price in the risk of a technical default becoming a higher probability, but right now the probability is still considered very low. We're nowhere near that hard deadline that Yellen has reiterated now. So short of it surprising us, which could happen, I don't think they're going to price in a technical, like a full on technical default. They may price in a higher chance. Isn't it far more likely the debt ceiling goes through at the 11th hour like it literally always does, and the SPX rockets again? I think the SPX has already rocketed on the assumption that it will go through, but there is no bullish outcome to the debt ceiling negotiations going well. I think that should be noted. It seems like an important aspect. I used to work at Moss. Interesting. Any of those 4210s sell off? No, but 4215 through 4230 did. A banned pickle, really creative walking. Isn't it far more likely the debt ceiling goes through? What if they improve our credit rating because of incredible bipartisanship? No, our credit rating's been down since 2011, right? I think that the thing that most aren't realizing, this is a lose-lose, way harder default scenario with the debt ceiling. Nothing about the situation is bullish. Yeah, I think a lot of people right now don't understand that if the debt ceiling goes through and everything is, you know, copacetic, the Treasury is going to issue probably about $1 trillion in new securities almost immediately. They're broke as shit. That is going to drop bond prices and hike yields and massively draw down equity liquidity. So even in the event that everything goes perfectly, you're still looking at a potential correction. It's my country and I need cash now. America couldn't get approved to finance a Honda Civic. We couldn't afford the down payment. People don't care about the economy. People want puts printing yesterday. I mean, some puts did print on Friday. It was not bad, actually. All those calls that sold off, they're right back. Hey, Gherk, did you have a NVIDIA play for this week? Yeah, hedge my puts. It's gonna be more of a strangle, but yeah, I'm gonna hedge about 40% of my total positional delta. Why is everyone buying the big tech stocks? Because they're hype and they're very heavily weighted in the indexes. Debt issuance gonna make Japan sell their stuff. It could push their hand, but those treasuries are more important than their face value for Japan, right? They are their political currency. So, Japan's not going to dump its treasuries onto the US and fight China by itself. Is there really any substantial reason for Nvidia to keep rising? No, and I would say that most institutional owners are already very very happy with the prices that it has reached. They continue to sell short calls out of the money. So its breach of Gamma Max last week will probably lead to some pullback over the next couple days, but I'd imagine there'll be some hype going into earnings. So I would be patient. I wouldn't fuck with Nvidia right now unless you already have a position. And if you do, I would hedge it because uh, as shitty as I expect their earnings to be, the outcome of that is still uncertain. Their last earnings was very shitty too. They have a lot of ninja swords, bro. Fair. I didn't really think about that. No, we're not in a bull market, half square. July is the lowest IV of the dates for NVIDIA options. Would there still be IV crush with those after earnings? Well, the IV on those will increase as earnings approaches, but yes, less, but there'll be a little bit. If you're 90 days out, you should dodge all of the IV crush. 60 days out, which I believe is what the Julys are relatively close to, are gonna experience like a little bit of crush. Not as much as like a monthly would, but a little bit. Wow, down from the below negative 1.8. Recession over, right? 10-year constant treasury maturity minus 3-month treasury constant maturity negative 1.59. Yeah, so the yield curve reverting is bearish. That's like a 100% recession indicator. Are long shorts just exiting Upstart at this point? Some probably are. I'd imagine this morning's pump put a little pressure on them. If I didn't have a Nvidia position currently, what are your thoughts on a long-dated straddle to capture a large move in either direction plus a pullback? Maybe September to Jan to ride it out. I mean, why not? If you plan to capture a large move in either direction, why not a strangle? Straddles protect uncertainty a little more than that. Also, long dated straddles generally, the longer dated they are, the less profitable they become. Meta getting a record fine, then pumping is absurd. The fuck is this market? I didn't even short it, so no position, but it makes no sense. Fair. Reverting. Smooth ape. So uninverting. It's currently inverted. Well, ES did get its final test of that. Well, hopefully its final test of that 1.75 sigma level before it failed. I really hope that that's the last of it. We want to see. We still want to see a breakdown to 4180 on futures, ideally to confirm continued downside. I feel like the starfish today's the day guy copy and pasting the 10-year 3 month stuff. Well, if it eventually leads to a recession, you can feel really special about yourself. Lily puts looking juicy. I have quite a few of them. We're talking about the 3 month 10-year. Near term far dated. The 210's more midterm. Nice, confused. Is Upstart doing OPEX? I don't know. We'll find out. Liquidity is turning around a little bit this morning, so there's some covering going on. It's like pulling back a little bit, but this could just be like T+2 from options that closed in the money. This may not be like a full on like OPEX kind of deal. Options 20-second puts 90 fine. Nvidia may be the worst stock on the market. Why? Because it keeps bouncing. Nice, JB. If that was the rejection, do you think we'd enter the yellow box today? Or is that reserved for the latter half of the week? I mean, I would love for us to enter the yellow box today, Yaga. I don't know if we will. It's orange, by the way, but yeah, that'd be cool. I just want to hear the bear song today. Well, if futures drop under 4180, I might play it. I have accepted my fate and am resigned to my $15 covered calls on upstarts getting assigned. Not worth it to roll them out. Fair enough. I have 20s out right now, but I'm about to sell more of them. Remember last week when you called out Upstart going to 26? But then it didn't. Oh, hey, look, it did test the Jan high. Look at it. I'm gonna have to buy more protective puts. Nope, SLD's not canceled. SLD happened. SLD does not mean market downs. A lesson which now everybody who's decided to YOLO all of the last 9 SLDs has now learned. If futures drop below 4180, I play it. Gurk's talking about the bear song today. Yes. If seller boxing is crushing a stock's value, are they attic boxing Nvidia? I mean, kind of. The constant like pullback of short calls every time the price drops, it helps prop the price up on days when it's not getting a lot of volume. You can take advantage of that price action by selling spreads, although risky this week. I want to enter some poor man cover calls on Upstart. Should I get more theta than 90 days for the long call and keep it closer to the money? I'm thinking June 16th, 2250, October 25. Oh, you're going to sell a June 16th, 2250 and buy an October 25? You could. What's the benefit of that? Sorry, my message was early. It went over 26. Yes, it did. I find it very interesting that Upstart seems to be defying the falling market and that there's a little bit of covering going on. Although I don't know if it's going to get much more than it's already gotten. Volume's dwindling a little bit here, right? Hmm. Sell a couple more covered calls. Yeah. Surprise buyback for everyone's AI attendees. I mean, they could now. They've got that the Castle Lake deal. So that kind of frees up their ability to buy back a little more again. Which is neat. Interesting. So by 4100s for June 16. Those aren't fucking cheap at all. Okay, that looks like it's getting a little more bearish. Curious. Alright. Call positioning's kind of staying in place here. I don't see the 4200s moving off the chain very quickly. Jimmy's got a little upside price action today, too. It is OPEX. But is it enough? So there's covering on GME, but shorting on IJH this morning. Also some covering on XRT. Huh. That's interesting. We got SPX below 4200. My head was going to explode earlier. Say it with me, risk off. We'll see. Thanks for the DDS DD you gave us. Great move this morning. I didn't give anybody any goddamn DDS DD. All right. Let's be perfectly clear. Google the macro cap pump of the day. Yep. I'm getting rejected at 126.50. I believe that's above Gamma Max. I'm gonna double check that, but yeah, I think it is. Yep. No. Gamma Max 131. So not quite above Gamma Max, but close. SPX is starting to fail, which is cool. $41.80. All right, 4,200 selling off. 41.75s aren't really picking up a lot of interest, but there's plenty of puts. Maybe I should buy one. This seems to be failing quite fast. You just have to be patient with it. Large explosion near the Pentagon. That's bearish. The DDS position you told us about is my only green position. Is there any reason for holding back the DDS DD? There's no DDS DD. Okay. I don't know what anyone's talking about. I never told anybody anything about DDS. Ever. Looks like they found the 30 tons of ammonium nitrate. Thank you for the DDS secret DD and the secret channel hashtag DDS. I don't know what anyone's talking about. You guys are being crazy. GLD. Down a little bit, right? ES is bouncing super hard. Do. Hmm. Well, that didn't get to the prior levels. And put interest is picking up to the downside a little bit. 4190 calls selling off here. 4200 calls coming in, but 4185 calls selling off. Seems to be a bit of mixed sentiment on the bear side there. Is this a bear trap? Bull trap? It's gonna fuck somebody. $4,200 call interest picking up. Retest 4,200. Hmm. U.S. government. Russia has used false flag attacks to spur public sentiment. U.S. government looks around nervously after explosion near Pentagon. Well, it wasn't like an explosion in the Pentagon. Out of the money calls still coming in here. And they're definitely trying to capture as much of this bounce momentum as they feasibly can. They're buying shitloads of calls. Although it doesn't appear to be helping much. At least not right now. Maybe just ES rejection. I guess if ES is gonna reject, then it doesn't really fucking matter. Where are y'all seeing this news? I have no idea. Any tips on entering CCs? I thought I know the top, and then Upstart news of more loan origination blew me up. Upstart's been wild lately. I mean, you can scale into them. That's probably the best way to avoid any kind of volatility. That's what I've been doing. It's just like DCAing into covered calls on the peaks. Just reported it was false. Okay. Interesting. It's on Twitter. Ugh. After GMECC's close this week, I mean, I really don't, I really don't care either way. When is the best day to sell more covered calls? Tuesday or Friday of this week? Or Wednesday night? Or Friday, I guess. Wednesday night would be the like, well, Wednesday end of day would be the finalization of any OPEC settlement. This came to my PC. What do you think is going on with Upstart? It looks like a good volumetric move. It could be some covering. Yeah, it definitely could be some covering. It actually is. Yeah, liquidity is reversed, so there's a little bit of covering going on here. I don't know if it's gonna sustain. Like if we're gonna see continued covering, we could into a rising market. But there is some actual covering going on. I've also been DCAing into Upstart cover calls. The only problem is I only have 100 shares, so the first one I sold is also the last one I can sell. That's Well, okay. I mean, fair enough. Thanks, Space Banana. I feel like if that happened, it would be on every major news network, not on the secret Twitter news network. I did scale in. I definitely should have taken profits when my CCs were up. Yeah, if your CCs go up really fast in the short term, it's always good to like pull them back and reposition. It's like if you sell them and then they're up like 50% later that day, it's not always a bad idea to reposition them. Hmm. ES is still kind of trying to reject at 42.10. This is what I'm watching here. Frankly, this could go either way. And it doesn't have a lot of volume, and it's taking quite a while to pick a direction. It's probably a good opportunity to strangle it. But maybe I'll just go short. I need to watch VIX. Hmm. Breaking news, fake claims of explosion at the Pentagon being released to try to ruin long calls and start the bearish trend. Dorkington Post. I just got greedy with mine. I was up 40%, wanted more downs in SLD, but it moved against me, and now I'm very red on them. June 16, 17, 50. I'll roll these out if need be. I mean, you have plenty of time. Could you take a moment to speak about the GME shareholders meeting and any other dates to be cautious of when considering selling covered calls? Well, today, tomorrow, and the next day, we should be very cautious of. After that, the shareholders meeting is probably going to be in the first 2 weeks of June. So, if you plan on selling June 16s, be prepared to buy them back. Uh, in or around the shareholder meeting announcement. I said a stop even though I didn't want to. It was a good decision. Cookie? I don't know about a cookie, but good job. Should always have stops. Stops are great. Ah, the dreaded VIX at 18. Hmm. Yeah, this is WeBull. I know I'm learning when I open a strange 30 seconds strangle before Gurk. It says maybe this is a good opportunity to strangle. Nice, man. Did Jimmy announce ER date? Fidelity says 5:30. No, I don't think they did. I think that's just the Fidelity's like the broker estimate. As far as I know, Jimmy hasn't announced anything. The annual meeting was already announced. What day is it for? 6:15. Yeah, it's usually the first half of June. Late into the first half of June, though. Oof. That was a big fucking dump on futures. Found some buyers on it, though. Hmm. Well, if I'm gonna get a call hedge, now's the time to do it. Fuck, I really don't want one. They're overpriced. There was a stop loss hunt on the long side, then buy. Buy. One second, sorry. Just need to check something. Okay, so long there. Move up. No. Okay. It's VIX 1730. GME 2291. All right. Let me think. Nvidia is sound and resilient. Earnings will likely be around the meeting. It'll just be at the meeting. I think that's how GME generally does their shareholders meetings. Could you someone please tell Madvocate to upload his Flash season 4 video? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. ER will likely be around the meeting. Expecting anything out of the ordinary for earnings meeting? No, not really. I really hope they don't announce an M&A yet. It's too early. I hate V bottoms so much. Fair. Forward guidance. They don't give us that. Well, no worries, they'll hype it. A groundbreaking NFT collection. Booyah. Let's see. NQ still pushing up right now. But below Friday's high still, right? Yeah. So NQ doesn't look to be outperforming S&P today at all. Let's stay moderately. Break even here. I can't believe they're not going to try to grab these. There's still a lot of 4,200 and 4,210 calls. Max risk is 480, 4060, 560. Mm, 20%. Double top 4208 maybe. That looks like it's getting rejected though. That still looks okay. Well, the 15-minute doesn't look completely bearish yet. Although it kind of just looks like we're going to trade flat here. Futures still failing to break above 4210. Which makes me want to put a stop on my call here. We'll put it at 5. Oop. Well, fuck me. Alright. No explosion this morning. Okay. Image of the explosion was AI generated. Oh, someone's going to jail. Or maybe they're not. Maybe they'll give backward guidance, like, you should have sold it for 50. How do you expect BTU to perform when a recession is declared? Commodities tend to dump, correct? Yes. Yes, they do. However, on a dropping dollar, we could see a commodity super cycle. And Germany's moving to the coal standard for their energy, which is bullish for coal. China's demand and India's demand continue to remain high, probably into 2024. So I'm not particularly worried about the cash flows. Upstart's also doing $1 billion in share buybacks, which is, you know, like a third of their market cap. If the explosion was AI generated, maybe this is what they need to put a ban. Possibly. Maybe it's a false flag so they can ban AI. Someone's trying to pop the AI bubble. We'll see. You'll know if there's an immediate like congressional reaction to AI, calling it a national security threat. Where do I go to speculate on your speculation? The swaps market, Dork. This is your official warning. I've entered a Tesla short. Oh no. So I need to buy calls. Tesla did bounce this morning. Ooh, now I really want to enter my positions. Gamma max is 187. It's kind of sexy. That's a nice price. Ooh, I could sell 185 190s now. Give me ISDA. That's actually how you get one. By fucking? No, by saying Gib please. Can I has ISDA? Win 4210 rejection on futures. They're trying, okay? This is now a triple top. It kind of just looks like Friday, like just trying to bleed out the remainder of the call positioning before anything dumps. I think you said anything under 25 is a steal. On what? BTU? I'm targeting 1850. I don't ever remember saying under 25 was a steal. I remember selling CSPs under 25 for income. But my buy-in target range has always been like 1850 to 2250, sometimes 23, like before earnings. Yeah. If I can get it at 1850, I want to buy a lot more. That's a third of their market cap in share buybacks, and the company's not that liquid. Gold has been working better to confirm market downs than VIX. It was the metaverse Pentagon. Relax. Zuck's got it under control. Thank God. Hey to log on next month. You see the folks. Can I stay at your house? No. Stay at your parents' house. I mean, you can enter immediately if it rejects, although it's not quite at resistance yet. Resistance is like it's basically 4110 here. So I mean, you can use the 1 hour to confirm or the 4. Uh but yeah, it's not quite at resistance yet. And to confirm the rejection, I mean, it needs to go back below 105, right? So nice, Dork. I picked up like 100% on that put earlier, and I was able to get out of the short and long legs of my straddle positively. So it's been a good morning so far. Although my call hedge got stopped out, which I'm a little bit pissed about. And I feel like the downside potential here is getting bled out by these calls. So hopefully we get a ES sell off. As I mean, the breakdown here is taking forever. What is Gamma Max on target? Fuck if I know. I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now that Gamma Max on target probably doesn't matter as much as you'd want it to. Like 187. Nowhere near the current price. I tried to fill with the last of my settled cash on SPX, but it wasn't in my stars, unfortunately. I did at the money spy put at the consolidation. Oh, nice. Okay, so you did catch the you did mostly catch the like the big part of the downside. Let's think about AMD. That's what I was talking about. I told you resistance is 110. You can confirm it on the 1 or the 4 hour, but I mean the confirmation's a breakdown of 105, so you need to set risk at 110. And that's how you would enter a reversal like that. Is you would set your risk limit at any price above your rejection point. When Nvidia dropped below 295, I don't know what's it doing right now. 313 earnings maybe. No, okay. All these Fed speakers are not having any effect on the market, unfortunately. Yeah, and they've been pretty hawkish. Did any of your GME CCs get assigned? Yeah, a few, like last week. I had May 19s that got assigned at 1875. Um, I think that was it. Like 1,500 shares total. It wasn't last week, it was the week before last. So they got assigned a week early. Am I learning to find undervalued stocks by already entering a put position in FSLR 2 weeks ago? I entered a put position in FSLR 2 weeks ago too. After it pumped, I just didn't buy a long dated put position on it because I didn't know what the fuck was going on with the acquisition. Which apparently is not a lot, at least nothing in the near term. It's more like they're improving their like solar tech than anything else. Why are you still pumping Lily? I'm not. You said 4110, so it threw me off massively. Oh, sorry. I have resistance at 108.55, and it's bounced off it quite a lot. It's a small resistance, just a small resistance volume wise. I mean, 4110's just more important. And then Gamma Max on AMD, which it's either very close to or slightly above, is at 4109.33. That's why I said like 4110. Mm. Vic's starting to move up a little bit here. Just curious, when are we thinking Upstart back at 15? How far out are we talking? Could be a few weeks. Are you getting more Barrick gold calls? No, I've just been playing GLD. But yeah, I'll probably pick some more of them up. I'm kind of just DCAing into them. Barrick's okay. I'm not getting any of it yet, but it's decent gold exposure. It's a little cheaper. I've never seen a rounder top. It's a slow capitulation of long positions. Usually these don't have such slow drops though. ES pushing for 4,200 now. Starting to look a little more bearish. Not bad. Today looks like it's very much going to trade. If I had to say overall, I would expect that we don't see much lower than 4180 today, and probably not a lot higher than probably not a lot of price action that stays higher than 4110 or 4210. Which gives us kind of a wide range for the day, but it's not too crazy. Remember, a breakdown of 4175 is needed to confirm any kind of like bearish move, and really we want to be sub 4163.17. Like I ideally and even to the point where I'd probably wait to buy any further dated puts until a breakdown at that level began to occur. Three Fed speakers at once coming up by Vol. I think most of those already happened. There was Bullard, Barkin, and we got Bostic coming up, and Daly in the next 25 minutes. Futures found a little bit of support at 4201.75. Market crash at 11, by the way. That'd be cool. Then sell a straddle. I mean, straddle selling straddles on. I'm not gonna sell a straddle. Strangle maybe. Asked ChatGPT if anyone ever went broke taking profits, and it told me Willie Nelson did. That sounds like fun. The FOMC minutes on Wednesday will be interesting at all. I mean, we just get the dot plot from the previous Fed meeting. I don't think it's going to change a lot. There may be a little bit of confirmation to reprice inflation expectations, but it also may not be. Sell a condor if we're range bound? You could. I don't particularly like the potential for volatility, but you could. Okay. The 42, the 4220 and 4225 call interest from this morning's pretty much fallen off entirely. 4200 still has a lot of call interest, and we're a bit defended to the down. Sorry. We're a bit defended on the downside by 4180 and 85 long positions. So that's kind of what's getting pressured here, but not in a significant enough way for it to matter yet. If we do see capitulation of the 4185, 4180, we could drop faster. So far, they're staying pretty strong. There's some call interest at 4195 as well, but I think there was almost an equivalent number of puts there. Not quite, but close. I want to see what's changing on the chain on longer dated positioning. So it does look like some 4190 puts are coming in, 4180. Quite a lot of puts coming in at 4175 over the course of today. Yeah, 4180 still looks really strong. I don't know if we'll be able to break below it. And that's probably about Well, just below. It would be just below 4,200. Like 41.95 on futures. It's right about here. Mm. You're right. There's a ton of data this week. Funny enough, the manufacturing data intrigues you the most. It must be my blue collar tendencies. The real question, though, when more Fubo ops? Probably not for a while. Doesn't look particularly good right now, right? Unless we get like a big. Mm, yeah, I mean, it looks like it's just being shorted, but it's not really driving the price down much. It'd be cool if it could hold above 150 for a while. I don't know if it will. What's your plan for your 41.75 puts then? Sell when green? Basically, yeah. If we break 41.95 on ES, we will see 41.80 to 41.70. If we break it again, you mean? Yeah. I don't think we're gonna see capitulation in the 41.80 position though. That seems unlikely. What's the worst option strategy that loses multiple thousand percent? Naked calls? Naked naked calls. Naked puts could lose a lot too. Although naked calls are unlimited in their loss potential. Hey, a couple news sources I've never heard of before 10 minutes ago just started posting the fake Pentagon explosion news. Oh. We're still seeing a persistent sell off on ES, but that's about the only reason I see us going down. Do you ever use Wyckoff schematics to inform your share buy-ins? I mean, no, not really. I mean, I know what distribution and accumulation look like. I think that's about all you're gonna get out of Wyckoff, though. Futures bouncing on 41.98. little bit of a bounce here. Hmm. God damn. This looks a lot like Friday. I'm gonna wait. I don't particularly like that. 4,200. 4,200 volume increasing again. How about another explosion rumor? Like some 4180s getting blown up. Brought my port's up 10% today. I'm getting a cookie. Nice, Carl. Where's Stefan been? I haven't heard you yell at him for a while. I don't know where he is. No rounded bottom breakouts in the market. Day 3 of checking on this EX GME stream, XGME stream, to not see any GME related stuff. Has the game been stopped? Find out on tomorrow's episode. I put the GME stuff in the daily DD. It's still under $23. Stefan has been on a deep cleanse with sweat lodges and electroshock therapy. Lots and lots, and I mean lots of crystals. Soaking the toxins out of the soles of his feet, etc. That makes sense. If anything, the price action on SPX should serve as a beautiful DD for the impact that options have on the market. Fair. Can someone AI generate a Chinese guy on top of TSMC? When did the $30 range on SPX become fairly large? I mean, it's a pretty wide range. Last week we had days where, or the week before last we had days where we were trading in like a fucking $20 range. We're all friends here, right? I mean, not really. I mean, I would have preferred to have banned you, Half Squart, but you didn't want me to. I'm his friend because I pay him $5 a month to be his friend. How's that working out? I like more than half of you, less than half that you deserve. Okay. Interesting take, John Smallberries. 18 Fed speakers. Inflation is still too high, and we will continue to hike if needed. Sounds bullish to me. Acquaintances, Carl. All right. Yes, is just gonna test 4210 again, or is it actually gonna break up? It's a higher low. Or break down first, then break up. In the most annoying possible fashion. It would sadden Girk to hear of the death of about 4 people in here and Frag. I miss Frag. He was better than all of you. In every way. What's up, turd? I'm here for GME Spy. I was playing options last year when it had 1600% spikes. Now, not so much. Fair enough. Do you think this is near the high for 2023 for SPX? Oh, that's possible. That would make a lot of people very sad. Do you have a recent GM, DN, GN for Lily? Yeah. Gamma max is 454.44. Gamma neutral is 417.65. And delta neutral is 394.38. See you later, turd. If Fred came back, would that be enough for you to admit you're at least a bit bi? Fred is a frog, man. Yeah, I'm not into Frag sexually. He was just my soulmate. Seems we hit Gamma Max this morning then. Hit it a few times. Looks like ES is breaking above 4210. I have delayed data and inferring from CFD. I think this breaks back down and then bounces up again before we break up. So maybe down to like ES back to like 4205 and then a bounce above 4210. Although maybe not. We'll say volume's declining on the test again though. Ban whoever sexualized Frag. I should. You're right, Potato Tom. Did you meet Frag on Discord or before the GME saga in real life? Just on the Discord. Hi, internet friends. What's up, buckled up Jen? I've been swamped with work, scaling problems equals motherfucker, but my nonprofit is profitable. Don't say that in a public forum. I miss you, Pi-Fi. Still here supporting. Thanks, buckled up Jen. Good seeing you. GME over $23. Cool. I would literally die for the gens. I know you would, Carl. Don't tell your wife. I had some bad breakfast at Denny's Saturday morning. I'm still feeling the effects. Don't eat at Denny's. You didn't have to tell me that. I know. Also, don't eat at IHOP. How's the volume looking on GME? Is this some covering going on? It doesn't look like an OPEX to me, though. I mean... I think it's just like the fact that the market like is going slightly up and GME is illiquid. I don't think we're seeing any significant covering here. Does Cheesecake Factory have breakfast? How's Gamma Max looking on the mega caps? It's still out of reach. So just go sideways for the next 5 hours. ES is very, very slowly rejecting. Do we have anything important left today? We still have the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. Those could be interesting. Those are at 11:30, so 15 minutes till those pop up. And then I think that's like it for today. There's just not a lot of important shit happening today. Tomorrow we have PMI. I think we have the Richmond Manufacturing Index, yeah. Then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is where it gets spicier. Prudent to refrain from commenting on Fed policy action. How kind of him. Cheesecake Factory has a book for a menu. I think there's only one in the city. Yeehaw, Carl. I've made profits on all of my trades today. Nice. I don't even own this. Why am I looking at it? Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Yes, retesting 4210 again. Is this a breakup? This is just nothing. This is super fucking dull. Can we get more AI generated news to drive the markets? Is a 2 BPS drop too much to ask? The Fed's daily is imposing the Fifth Amendment regarding June rate hikes. LOL losers. Amazingly, I'm up on all sales trades to today too. It's my birthday week, so I'll take the gift to self. Nice. There used to be a cheesecake factory in Times Square. I got kicked out of it. How'd you pull that off? Too drunk? Super fucking dull. Bullish on pineapple. Dole's down again today, actually. It's been mostly pulling back since earnings. Probably some profit taking. For Loco, obviously. Oh, that's fair. Thoughts on Lily? I still have puts on it. Uh, Not sure if I want them, but I have them. A boss came by to talk, so I wasn't able to watch my SPX positions. Now I'm down 5K. Jesus Christ. Do you not have a stop? No, obviously you didn't have a stop. It was a pun. You said dull. Ah, I see. Some actual Lily volume. Yeah, everyone's excited about it now. What's going on? Oh, people are selling it. Look at that. Or should sell a lot more of it. Hmm. FSLR doing today? Kind of flat. Oil's pretty flat right now, too. Bitcoin moving back up to test 2,700. Dixie's up again. The euro and the pound are down against the dollar. Dow's still experiencing more downside. Dow performance has fucking sucked lately. It's like no one wants to buy value stocks. Positioning. Not much has changed here. Some profit taking at 41.95, 80, and 85. More calls coming into the upside still. 42.10 and 4200 are still pretty stacked. I'm gonna wait a little bit here because I think this might sell off one more time before moving up higher, but I think it's gonna move up higher. Maybe we can sell off to the 4190 range. Like maybe back to like right here. Ah, piece of shit. It's also possible that we just stay flat and then go up eventually. This is just repositioning. I don't know. It just looks like they're gonna try to get their 4200s in the money one way or another. There's still an obscene number of 4200 calls on the chain. And the only thing keeping this from breaking up higher is like sales on futures. It's definitely not put interest bogging the price action down. Is there any advantage to selling a strangle versus a straddle? If the price doesn't move sufficiently, then yeah. I mean, like on SPX, you're gonna cash settle, but if you sell a strangle on a day like today, you profit off of both sold options instead of just one. I want to see if policy tightening is affecting the economy. Uh, it's not. Thanks, Daily. And once again, I ask you to check your DMs. What do you got? Okay. No. No, we're not. That one's a big no. The fuck did you just send me, dork? Okay. I kind of agree with that. It's not super bearish in the near term though. Wait, like the mid near term, you mean? Like middle end of this week? That I agree with. Is that the 30-minute or the 30-second? Is Upstart in a short squeeze? Like a little one. Some shorts, but not all of them. I think mostly it's just pressuring the 25 sold calls at this point. So if they close, which they don't look like they have yet, then maybe it pushes higher. Gamma max, so yeah, I mean we're already trading above gamma max right now. Almost 10% above it. Is GME OPEXing, or is it just more of the same that we've seen the last couple of weeks? It looks like more of the same. There's a little bit of liquidity realization today. I didn't look at today's ETF FTDs. I don't think they're very high, though. What the fuck are those? Hold on. GME, nope, that's not ETF. ETF FTDs 522. There's only 117,000 ETF FTDs today, so very, very low. We don't have another big chunk of them till the 25th. We have 500,000 on the 25th. This is so fucking choppy. I'm just gonna have to wait till something happens. And the money calls selling off. Out of the money calls selling off. And the money calls being bought. AMC FTDs are crazy. I mean, those are just like the FTDs. It's not very relevant. B of A raises SPX end of year target from 4,300 from 4,000. Good job, B of A. Why is the market rising? I mean, it's kind of flat right now. It's I mean, almost completely flat on the day. We're only 10 BPS up from Friday's close. So we sell off to the low trend. So here. Is Biden speaking today? I mean, probably on the debt ceiling. Is this the 6th rejection of 4210? Here's the deal. We're not gonna go down until those fucking 4200s get in the money. There's a shitload of them. And as soon as they get in the money, they're probably gonna buy more 4210s and 42 like 15s and 20s. How far in the money? I mean, at a minimum, those are going in the money. The upside potential is still 42.20 on the day. 42.20, 42.25, actually. And the cheaper calls get, the more of them they're gonna buy. We've seen them do it 1,000 times. At this point, it should not be a fucking surprise. There's 1.7 billion gamma on the call side at 4,200. So as much as future sellers want to sell, the market maker's still buying. Is Pulte buying the float? I don't fucking know. So far he has, as far as I know, he has less shares than anybody on Superstock. Well, that's not true, but a lot of people on Superstock have more shares than him. What was his last count? Like 10,000? What's happening with Upstart? How much upside is there on this? We're pretty close to 10% above. Well, we dropped a little, so, but we're above Gamma Max. Now a little below 10% above Gamma Max. I don't know if this is just a carryover from like T+2. It could be. Today's T+2 from the bump on Thursday, so. Is there a way to calculate Gamma Max quickly? I mean, you can write a program to calculate it. That makes it faster. There's a New York Times article about NTY article. Okay, I assume you mean New York Times. About how you and Pulte get your haircut at the same place. Care to comment? We definitely don't. I'm gonna go harvest my crops. How come they stopped flash crashing GME? I mean, we haven't had like a consistent period of market downside in a while. And GME is still very illiquid. Can you remind us why GME May OPEX last year ran Wednesday, Thursday? I mean, it mostly ran on Wednesday, but Wednesday is still T+2. Do you still have light up shoes? I wish. Like LA lights? Gurk, I need a 10 bagger by the end of this week, or the Russians are gonna break my legs. Can you help me out? I know a good orthopedic surgeon. I meant more. What the fuck is Paw Patrol? Did you just make that up? It feels like they just did a lot of slow covering on GME over the past few weeks. I mean, they did. GME's actually had like pretty elevated ETF FTDs throughout throughout the last 3 weeks, actually. The problem is none of the ETF FTD period like days have been particularly high. They've all been, like sub a million. But it's illiquid enough that the market pressures them, right? At this point, it's illiquid enough that it has moderately positive beta. There's still a shitload of sold calls on GME at like $23 and $25 though. Children's cartoon series about a dog who's a cop, i.e. class traitor. What? It's like Teletubbies for kids. Teletubbies is a weird fucking show, man. They had that Nunu thing that was always sucking up all their pudding. I didn't time you out. Did Fluffy time you out? Fluffy might have timed you out. I'm not that interested. Did you win anything at your neckbeard Street Fighter tourney? No. Someone did. I mean, it was either Fluffy or Carl. I have no interest in clicking the chat to time people out. Unless it's Carl or Fluffy. Oh, okay. It was Fluffy. What did he do? Last week you talked about the inclusion of GME into Russell 2K causing more active fund volume. When would you expect to see that increased volume? We don't know if it's in the Russell 2K yet. So far, they've only released the MSCI data, like their MSCI index data. They haven't released any information on R1K or R2K yet, so we don't even know yet. Didn't it come out that the Teletubby writer was on acid a lot? I have no idea. I just remember it being weird as hell. British TV had a history of weird kid shows. What? The Postman Pat was amazing. It's okay, Carl. You're not being blamed. Paw Patrol is cop propaganda for kids? Okay. Just dropped in so you could publicly announce that RSS is tracking RC Twitter likes now. So no matter how bad anyone's trading week goes, at least we're not doing that. You know what? Thanks, Dan the Garbage, Prison Quant. You've made the day better. It's boring, but now it's better. I do a scary reenactment of the vacuum with sounds and anything. My lady hates it, but guys don't seem to mind. Fed's Daily. The Fed can separate financial stability tools from monetary policy. Can they? I'm not sure he's actually correct in that statement. US 6-month bill auction actual 5.17, previous 4.98. Thanks, Space. Am I gonna get a fill there? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe I will. Bullish. Getting there. Short-term bullish. Oh, look, nobody's selling off their 4,200 calls. I will say today does feel like more of a battle. Like, there's actually some future sellers. Can't believe how flat this is. Well, we're doing that thing where we're pulling back to the resistance there a little bit. So that's cool. Yeah, it filled. Dope. Is that it? That's all the downside? Should have like $2 more. Unless we're not going to test 4205 at all. Oh. Oh. I mean, I still trade GME, but it's what the fuck am I gonna do with it? It's been at $23 for like 2 weeks. $23. What the fuck money is there to make on that? SPX moves like $40 a day. In both directions. A 30-ton shipment of chemical explosives went missing in California. What is going on? I don't know. Maybe it fell off the boat. Central bank currency, the new money printer? Central bank digital currency, the new money printer? We can make infinite of this. Check Discord messages. I found out where Moonwin is. That's fucking awesome. I guess he finally had to pay his taxes. $41.90, and then we rocket back towards 42.05 end of day. I don't even know if we have enough momentum to the downside here to hit 41.90. What's downside gamma and SPX look like? Am I saying the right thing, or is it called something like negative gamma? Negative, yeah. it's there, but it's not in the money. So there are longer dated put positions building, but they're not in the money. They're still pretty far out of the money. We don't have a lot near the money at all. Fill the gap? Boop, right there. Would that fill it? Not really. Close. Hmm. Maybe we don't fill it. That'd be kind of bullish though. Interesting. Future's almost at 4205. Support on the resistance. This is so fucking boring. 4205 is like right here. That's what I think we should test before we bounce, but I don't know if we're going to. It's pushing a little. It's very close. No, the fucking 4200s aren't going anywhere. Someone's buying more 4205s right now. I mean, I really don't think that there's like a good side of SPX to be on right now, right? It got stolen off of a train. How the fuck do you move 30 tons of like fissile material? Without anyone noticing? With another train? It was loaded onto another train that doesn't require tracks. I mean, a truck? If it's for mining, it's usually in a tank container. I mean, 30 tons is a lot for a truck. That's a big truck. I mean, the weight limit for an 18-wheeler is 40 tons. And then you can't go through any, like, weigh stations, right? Well, I guess you could. You could, like, forge the lading, but if you get inspected, you're fucked. Is this the plot to Fast and the Furious 10? You don't do that to family. Visceral Records. I guess the Pentagon will announce they lost another $2.3 trillion Then a day after, something will do big boom. I don't know. It was in a Polo Loco containers, and a high school chemist needed it. It's Pollos Hermanos. I don't even like the show that much, and I remember that. I mean, you're stealing 30 tons of explosives. I think you're fucked in a lot of outcomes. Yeah. They stole ammonium nitrate. It's mostly used as a fertilizer. Maybe they're just going to use it as a fertilizer. 100 U-Hauls. The American farmer is struggling, okay? You can't keep getting away with this. Did you skip over my member chat? I don't think so. Oh, I see it. Card issue? My bad. All good, man. I was poor for like an hour and got super upset about it. Thank God I won't be languishing in their filth anymore. You know what? Technically, you weren't because there's a 3-day grace period, BMG. Yeah, so that's the kind of thing we do for pigeon whales around here. The initial assessment is that a leak through the bottom gate on the rail car may have developed in transit, the company said through a spokesperson. So the train tracks from the port of LA through California are extremely fertile now. So 50 senators just got issued satellite phones for emergency communications. What a weird news update. Huh. They have to have permits to steal that much explosive. Monsanto doesn't exist anymore. It's been they changed the name. Ruby Ridge Part 2. You mean like the Oklahoma City bombing? That was an ammonium nitrate bomb, right? I don't want to jinx it, but did Lily actually top out finally? I guess it was one pump chomp with GM today. I fucking hope so. I'm really tired of it running, and I don't want to buy any more puts on it. My allocation for the position was like 12 grand, and I'm maxed out on it now. That's the stuff that made the huge explosion in Beirut a few years ago. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, that was the storage facility on their docks blew up, right? That was fucking crazy. The videos from that were nuts. Just the thought of it made me violently ill to my core. Well, don't worry. You neither fraternized with them nor technically joined them. So, you're safe. You're safe for now, BMG. You don't have to worry about it. I understand the disgust, though. I was shitposting in the Poor's chat the other night. It's a filthy place. If there's a 3-day grace period, couldn't one initially join, cancel, and rejoin every 3 days, receive a refund for the initial amount, and be a pigeon whale at no cost? No, because I don't think the refund period's 3 days. Also, good luck getting your money back from YouTube. I tried that for my own pigeon whale subscription. No, that was pressure cooker bombs. I'm pretty sure there was ammonium nitrate in that track. Did you watch How I Met Your Mother? Yes. Unfortunately. How many exercised contracts would be needed for a gamma squeeze at this point? Well, given the fact that nobody's buying any fucking calls, a lot of them. I assume you mean on GameStop. Jimmy going up on very low volume, is that bullish? Because if volume comes in, we could go up and fast, or is it bearish because this means it will probably just die down as the week goes on? I don't know. I mean, it's bullish if the market goes up, I think. Which isn't inherently bullish for GME itself. Pulte just tweeted that ComputerShare is having issues processing his GME purchases. Good for him. Why would you subscribe to yourself? I did it by accident, trying to test it out to see if it worked, and I've been unable to figure out how to cancel it. And since Pigeon Whale is blood in, blood out, I'll just stay a Pigeon Whale. Unfortunately, that show was great until like season 6. You're a Ted, by the way, and I mean that with all the smoke possible. Wow. You bitch. You need to watch How I Met Your Father? Wait, seriously? They made it. Is that real? Pulte's gonna fuck everyone. I don't have any cover calls out right now. I hope he fucking guns it. That's actually not true. I have some for June, but not a lot of them. Like 30. $30 at 20. You didn't read the rest of my comment about it being garbage. I think the first part of your comment already said that, though. I did read it, just not out loud. The garbage was implied in the first like 5 words. When the pigeon whale leaves, do the Dans come and extract the blood for the blood out? Yes. Bullish on Jamie? It's going up. I'm excited to sell covered calls. Holy freaking sideways trading. I mean, this bounced. We got more 4200s coming in. We got more 4200s coming in. Should I buy weeklies on GameStop? I should wait. Pulte's gonna buy the float. Nothing's gonna happen. The fucking degen? How? I can just sell them to myself, dork. uh... I can sell myself my own weeklies. I want to buy back my GME June 18cc, but I feel like GME will be there again by then. I mean, you could buy it back and then if the price goes up, sell it again. The pressure cooker bombs was the Boston Marathon. Yeah, that's right. That was the pressure cooker bombs. That the Oklahoma City bombing was like a U-Haul packed to the brim with ammonium nitrate. Would it be better to have been a pigeon whale and lose it than to have never been a pigeon whale at all? I don't know. Have you ever shit on the pores? Girk says weeklies and red candle. You're a wizard, Girky. If I already have GME sold, does it make sense to roll them out for credit while the price is up? You could, yeah, if you can get credit on the position. Hold on, I think I have a delivery. One sec. Ugh. Jesus Christ, is SPX gonna ever break 4,200? They're probably all on a list. Why? For discussing historic domestic terrorism? That's not. You know how many like fucking true crime documentaries are on YouTube about the exact same thing? Should we be concerned that IWM is going up? Institutions buying? No? Why would we be concerned that IWM is going up? It's a spicy take too. New Girl is better roommate sitcom than How I Met Your Mother. Abso-fucking-lutely. Winston is a national treasure. I'm convinced now more than ever that there is one computer algo faster than all the others, and all the others just chase it. Interesting take. Is VIX turning up right here? Do I just take my 10% profit on the call side? Every time I do that, I regret it by the end of the day. Upstart is getting very spicy. Yeah. Can you tell Larry to pump up those 0 DT calls? I need my 40-20 0 DT and the money. Jesus Christ. At the very least, our Chinese social score is taking a hit. That's possible. How dare you, Red Ranger? Upstart breaking 27. When will it stop? I've already taken profits. I mean, eventually. Ooh. What's Gamma Max times 2467 times 2837 is Gamma Max plus 15%. Say bearish shit about GME. Why? I sold some 2450, 2550 upstart bear call spreads on Friday. Should I buy calls here or roll? Up to you. I mean, I think liquidity's starting to pull back again already, so uh there's not a lot more room for it to run. If you have theta on them, you may not have to move them at all, but you probably should have bought the calls somewhere around when it hit 25 and not waited until it had blown through your spread. Also, I feel like you go for Nick Miller vibes, but you're so clearly Schmidt. Interesting. When Howell to 50? I don't know, like 5 years? Actually, Halliburton's kind of kicking ass right now. Damn. I didn't even notice. Okay. Cool. Is this an ascending triangle? I mean, it kind of is if you ignore, like, the volatility from the fake explosion. The fuck was that? Oh, I think the cat's breaking my dishes. 1 second. Damn it. All right. I think we'll see BTU above 40. That'd be cool. The MM is going to start de-hedging these calls if they don't go in the money, right? Not till much later in the day, but yes. And it wasn't a glass. He broke a plate. He keeps jumping in my fucking sink and trying to eat, like, food leftovers out of the drain trap. It is gross. I'll try to remember that in the future, Alan. He probably wants wet food. Dry food is shitty and dumb. Yeah, but that's what he gets. CS panel rules that the Credit Suisse sale to UBS didn't trigger a payout. Fuck. That's gotta suck. Imagine insuring your CDS bonds or your Credit Suisse bonds and just getting fucked. What are your thoughts on Street Fighter? It's pretty cool, but I'm old and bad at it now. How's the weather in New York? Moderate? A little humid. I haven't named him. God, what a fucking boring day. I was hoping we'd get a little bit more fucking excitement with no data today than just an all-day struggle to get 0 DTE 4200s in the money. Yeah, it's close enough. It looks better on futures. Mr. Pickles would be the obvious name for the cat. You'd think. The FDIC deposit insurance thresholds are set for families and are not structured to meet all use cases. And yet, you should name your cat Arbitrage. Hmm. Interesting. I don't want to do that. That sounds... Thanks, Paris. I can buy the cat wet. He has wet cat food, but I'm not giving it to him regularly. He doesn't need it all the time. It's not good for them. It'll make him fat. Tesla has flown from 164 to 186 in like a week. Do you think getting some puts might be a good idea? Do you not read the DD, JD? Or are you not a billionaire? I'm getting slowly entering a put position on Tesla right now. Does this steady rise in GME indicate anything? That it's illiquid? So far, there's no covering going on. No equilateral covering, at least, between the primary and secondary market. There was no Tesla DD, was there? I'm pretty sure there was. There definitely was. Upstart about to hit that 15% above GM. Yes, it is. You'll want to wait until Carl loses everything on his puts before entering. Timed out by Carl. Interesting. Can you imagine how Jackson is laying on a beach somewhere with his pile of $12,000 calls on SPX? Where's all the gain porn? Someone on our stocks last night. Is it possible for an ETF to go bankrupt? Well, yes. Yeah, it is. Although, if an index ETF were to fail, there's bigger problems. They don't seem to bother shorting it in the last time. We went down to like 18 after earnings. That's one of the reasons I don't like its potential for like an OPEX run. Is that the borrow rate's basically unchanged. Not that the borrow rate is necessarily indicative of an OPEX run, but it's a nice layer of confirmation, or it has been at least for the last year and a half. I got two Tesla 616 180p for 640. Nice. How are we looking today for one of those classic 2 p.m. rocket ships? Okay. We're building up into the world's slowest fucking breakout on futures. What's the blue line on GME on your chart? I think it was the prior Gamma Max. I'm not actually sure. It's definitely not today's Gamma Max. Today's Gamma Max is at 2433. Which is right there. Oh, look, everything's sold off. Have fun. Yeah, really relevant. Nope, just a future sell off. Options positioning's not really moving. Some out of the money calls got stopped out, but that was about it. Debt ceiling negotiations broke down. Again? Pulte saying computer share emailed him saying difficulty acquiring his shares. How many did he buy? I love how that's the secret, right? You asked for it? I sent you another DM. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, that one's amazing. Pulte's trust fund check bounced. Bullish. I fucking do not like that guy. I have difficulty buying shares, but that's because I have no settled cash. That makes sense. Why don't you like him? Because rich people who make poor people dance for money to survive on social media should be fucking shot in the street and have their wealth redistributed. Like, what kind of sick fuck does that? Seriously. It's like, yeah, come on, single mothers who can't feed your children. Dance for your money. Piece of shit. Narcissists? Yeah. I'll start closing in on 15% above Gamma Max. Do we rock it down soon? Oh, we could. The liquidity realization starting to turn around. So I think most of what's driving price action at this point is probably just hedging. Are you talking about the single mother's dating pool? No, Jen. Giving away money is still better than like not giving away money. No. There's giving away money for PR, which is just paying for advertising, right? And then there's giving away money because you're a philanthropist. Give me the bear costume, breather, Sir Pickle. Can you just tell me when to YOLO all in on zero DTE calls for the 2 p.m. rocket to space? What? I don't care what you do. The NYSE will be observing Memorial Day on Monday, May 29th. It will be closed. NASDAQ trading and bond markets will also be closed. Thanks, Boof. Uh, yeah, guys, don't forget next Monday, Memorial Day. Too early to sell my 24 GME June 16 covered calls. I'd wait at least through T plus 2, right? It's a slap in the face, like when a rich person throws a coin on the ground, so the peasant has to bend down to pick it up. Yeah, exactly. I'm not really sure I know enough about Mr. Beast to say one way or the other, but probably. It's a slippery slope, but soon we'll just be at the Hunger Games, right? Just make them fight to the death for it. I think you'd thoroughly enjoy Succession. I was skeptical, but once they essentially made an entire season about acquiring Fubo, I fell in love. Wait, there's a TV show about buying bags on Fubo? Someone bought 15,027.50 calls on Upstart for next Friday. Pretty big chunk. Nice. What's the deal with GME today? OPEX? I don't know. Doesn't look like OPEX. At least not yet. Also, it's Monday, so we wouldn't really expect it to be OPEX, right? Hopefully a memorial for the 4,000 plus level on ES. Wait, what? What's going on with the 4,000 level? I just got out of a beating. What are your thoughts on microwave burritos, Gross? And why do you believe they're the greatest culinary invention of mankind? I don't. Also, wind down. I don't know. More sideways than I think than down. Is there any pump incoming that you can see? Kind of, but it's still pretty far away, I think. Maybe into like 1:30, 2 o'clock. Why aren't you bullish on GME? I bought fucking calls and they've already gotten burned. Maybe because no one's buying it sufficiently in order to trigger any kind of move in its liquidity. We've said in the past that GME puts aren't worth it. Are Upstart puts worth it? I mean, my protective puts are not doing great right now, but I have some theta on them, so I'm not super concerned. And I bought them at lower IV. If you buy puts at high IV on either stock, they'll get burned. So you either have to buy puts in the money, or you need to like enter like synthetic put positions. That way you're not exposed to the vol crush. Well, the breakout broke down, but not not actually. So we're still above 4190, and they're still in the money call positioning, and out of the money call positioning is not going anywhere. So flat, really boring, but not going down right now, at least for the time being. I bought these calls because if the market moves up to like 4210 or 4220, I think it'll pressure GameStop. Same with Upstart. You can buy at the money Upstart calls probably and realize a similar or maybe even a greater effect. I bought some. Maybe I'll buy some on here too. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Interesting. 29.32. 30.98. Fuck, that's so risky to buy them above Gamma Max. I guess I don't give a shit, but still. Mm. It's a dollar. Dixie starting to slip here? Oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh no. Maybe. A higher high there, a lower high there. Dixie kind of looks like it's breaking up. Yeah. So probably about an hour before anything interesting happens. I was gonna verify Pulte's CS claim, but then I remembered that I wouldn't even register Koala Hugger shares if Carl's mom promised me a Midwest mouth hug after. What is a Midwest mouth hug? JP Morgan recommends buying $25 to $35 call spreads on VIX that expire in June on debt ceiling risk. Okay. And are people doing that? Possibly. VIX is moderately interesting today. More out of the money calls coming in again. Let me take a look at longer dated positioning and see if anything's changed. What was that about? No, still just a shitload of interest at 4,200. 4205 and 4210 are picking up a little bit. Not a ton. There's a lot of volume at the 4190 put. I don't know how much of that is actually translating into OI, but I'm gonna take a look at the farther dated shit. Because it looks like a lot of farther dated puts are starting to come in. Yeah. 4180, kind of all the way down to 4110. 4175, 4150, 4125, 4190. All with decent amounts of put interest coming in. All expirations. Let me see. Oh, okay. So gamma all expirations. Yeah, 4150 is picking up a lot of puts. I still don't think that negates the potential for like the 4200s. I think they'll still. It's very likely that we see a push for them. But after that, that may be the end of the bullish positioning for a little while. All of the like longer dated bullish positioning is contracted to at the money. So there's not a lot of like longer dated call positioning, right? That's at least not long. And we're seeing an accumulation of short positioning. So it's a good sign that the bullish momentum's dwindling. You think it's a good day for SPX calls? I don't know. I bought some. It's fun to YOLO straddle money. Imagine seeing Apple at 174 on the dip and thinking it's a generational buying opportunity. Fuck, man. Tech is so overvalued. You think it's a good day for a market crash? No. Although I do wonder what happens if negotiations stall out till next Monday or next Tuesday. That doesn't leave Congress enough time. Well, Congress, the Senate, and the President enough time to avoid a technical default, I think. We're in rug pull on Upstart. Time to enter some puts. I just bought some calls. Tungsten is full bear. That's all the opium I need. The treasury statement should come out soon. Spicy. You mean the balance statement? It comes out at 4 p.m. for Friday. Protective calls? No, I just YOLO'd some calls for fun. They're up like 9%. Can't get my stop loss if I don't set one. Tap's head. I really want to see the TGA drop below 50 billion. I mean, it's constantly netting, right? So, it's more the fact that the balance is not high enough over any 2-day period to cover their end of the month like drawdown, right? What if Yellen comes out at 1 p.m. and says, surprise, we just defaulted? Huh. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I have a lot of puts. I'd be very okay with that. Thanks, Wi-Fi. See you later, man. What's Goldman doing? It's down like 1%. I'd probably make close to 10 grand off $200 of risk. I wouldn't mind seeing a 4,500 BPS drop on SPX. God, Upstart keeps going. It's still got some room till it hits that like 15% level. That's like 28.37. What I don't like about it is that like IV's not ramping a lot, you know? In that case, I'd make 20 grand off $200 of risk. That's more like it. Is the debt ceiling by the rumor scenario? I feel like they're just putting on a show to hold the market up. Then they make a deal and rip out liquidity. It's definitely a sell the news scenario, right? Especially if the market remains this high. That none of the outcomes of the debt ceiling are bullish, right? Either everything goes swimmingly and the debt ceiling's approved and they move forward and the treasury releases $1 trillion in securities and drains all the equity or all the liquidity out of the equity markets, or they don't, and then risk needs to be priced in very, very seriously. So if they delay too long, that adds a lot of risk. If they default at all, or extreme measures have to be taken, that'll add a lot of risk too. Right, like invoking the 14th Amendment, or funding the Treasury with any kind of executive order. Those would obviously have detrimental effects, very detrimental effects in the equities market. And then there's really no good outcome. Like even if the debt ceiling's resolved, it's a relief, but it's gonna just tie up liquidity, right? Is this MOASS? It sure fucking doesn't look like it. Upstart puts, I'd wait a little bit. Might as well like wait and see where the pump goes, right? It's not really turning around very quickly right now, and IV on puts is very high. Why is ES stuck on 4205? There's a lot of sellers. I mean, things are repositioning to the downside right now. So anybody who is long is slowly closing out of positions. I think we're starting to see the long side momentum die. I mean, it started dying on Friday, but it's dragging out. Now seems like a good time for September SPX market protection. I mean, do you even need that much? That's like a lot of theta for events that are occurring all in the next 2 weeks. How does liquidity look on GME? It's very thin. It's very, very thin. It's the only reason I have calls right now. Otherwise, I would have just ignored it and sold more covered calls. I can't see any downside to rolling June 16 410p up and in to 420p June 2nd. June 16 410 up and in. You don't give yourself enough time for the Fed meeting, which kind of sucks. We defaulted. All future financial transactions will be taking place in the GME marketplace. Yelling. Could still be a risk off egg spit. My theory that we were seeing a risk off last week is also supported by capital flows into the end of last week. I still think that this is the continuation of that risk off. There's a lot of headwinds for the SPX coming up in the in a very short time period. BlackRock moves from overweight to neutral on credit. Interesting. June 16 too soon. It's tight. It depends on your moneyness. Isn't July 420 at the money? What's SPY trading at? You're buying in the money puts for why would you buy that much theta in the money? Are you gonna fucking exercise it? I don't think we've seen today's high yet, but it could be the high for the week, yeah. There's a lot of data this week, and I don't expect any of it to be particularly awesome. What gamma numbers? Gamma on what? GME's like options data is in the daily DD. What does a risk off mean technically? It means longs recall shares so they can sell them. And that's the process that would occur, right? Extended risk and margin risk would be pulled back. Lending risk would be pulled back. Who are they unloading these bags onto? I mean, they can unload them onto the ETFs. Retail has more money than you think. You're thinking about like retail traders. What about mutual funds, pensions, ETFs, systemic traders, and fund flow? There's plenty of bag holders. Everyone bullish in the Discord. People buying $4,300 calls on SPX. Who said that one hasn't already occurred, Sune? And fucking NASDAQ hit August highs last Friday. Thoughts on buying back 17 and 18 CSVs and GME and selling at a higher strike? You could. I mean, I have 20s for this Friday that I'll probably buy back. Yeah. What are some signs a risk off is happening or about to happen? The market rockets for no fucking reason. So in days that are flatter like today, potentially, what strategies are best to employ? Bear call spreads, butterflies, condors. I mean, we're trading in a really narrow range, so I'd imagine butterflies are pretty good. Yaga convinced me to sell some condors earlier. I have some bear call spreads out that I'll probably close pretty soon because they're up like 70%. And then yeah, I mean anything that benefits from theta. But the problem on SPX is you don't want to expose yourself to a lot of theta risk. Um, it can be really dangerous. I mean, spreads are fine because you're risk limited, but other strategies like short strangles and short straddles, not so much. But yeah, I mean anything that benefits off theta, ideally quickly. So I like to sell zero DTE spreads because from like pre-market, if I sell them in pre-market or at market open, by the middle of the day, they're usually about 50% up, and I can close them profitably. No, it's not like a strict level. I mean, if the market moves away from my spreads, then I don't bother buying them back generally. Um, if it starts to move back towards them, I will, but yep, everyone mentioned that overweight's in neutral on credit. Jamie and Upstart about to risk off. Maybe. I mean, that's what OPEX is, right? What I think is going to happen is as we move towards the end of the day, we're going to get at least one solid pump on SPX. Hopefully, the active fund pressure will benefit both GME and Upstart, and then I'll just close all the calls. So this is all of these are more of like a day trade than they are anything else. 0.1, 0.2 delta on those SPX spreads. Depends on the levels we're trading at. This morning I sold 210, 215. I can close those for about 40% right now. Actually, I probably should close those before this bounces. Thanks for kind of the reminder. I've heard you explain Gexter. The strikes with the most gamma, not volume. Act as support, resistance. Yeah, they can act as both. Not always though. but usually. So like 4200 has a ton of gamma today, right? But it's kind of acting like resistance. How do you read a DEX chart? Is it basically the same interpretation? No. Similar. A DEX chart's going to be more similar to like looking at OI, right? You don't have a lot of directionality. You simply know how much delta exposure is at each strike. Unless it's skew adjusted, in which case then you could have some directionality. But yeah, that would be similar in that case. Don't get mad, but do you think AMC will rise too? I have no idea. I don't pay attention to AMC's liquidity or its FTDs or anything to do with it. It's possible. I mean, it's if there's a risk off on GME, it's in similar ETFs. It's also in the R1K. So the plan, short the market, make bank on the way down, buy the bottom, 100x those gains on the way back up. Reality, I'm going to run out of money before the SPX drops below 4100. Yeah, it's shorting corrections in the market is a tough game. It's usually not fun. Yes, bouncing here, but running into resistance yet again. 4110. Yeah. I guess this could extend out, but it's sloppier. Eh. I guess the volatility just doesn't factor in really. I feel like my target here is 4220 for a breakup. I don't know if it could go higher. Maybe. I guess a test of 4223 isn't out of the question. Needs a lot of volume to get there, though. It's got the option support. If the futures can break out, that's kind of the problem right now. Is there's a lot of future sellers. I'm starting getting squeezy is arguably the one thing other than the world on fire that has built my SPX short conviction. I mean, I don't know if shorts. I don't think any shorts are really covering here. At least not a lot of them. Maybe some shorter dated ones, but I don't think the big short positions are closing out of it. GME is looking OPEXy. I bought calls. What else do you want? What's your play if GME breaks Gamma Max? Sell my calls, then sell covered calls. I don't have very many covered calls out right now, so I'd probably sell a lot of covered calls. What's Gamma Max on GME? It's in the daily. $24.33, something like that. Futures found a higher low. Wow. Sort of. Still higher low. There we go. Why is your target so high on SPX? 42, that's 42.23 on futures, which is not 42.20 on SPX. That's like 42.10, 42.15 at most on SPX. Yeah. I have 24.33 right here. 24.68. Oh, on the... That's an old resistance. But yeah, I mean, a break of Gamma Max could see us move above that. It's 30 cents off of where Gamma Max is, but that's like an old horizontal on GME. That's kind of an important one. It's usually where we see capitulation of like sold $25 covered calls or short calls. I'm not gonna say they're covered. They're probably not. Can you determine if it's Jimmy shares or options responsible for today's upward price action? I think most of it's just index, like active fund pressure. I don't think there's a ton of options interest, although it might be picking up. I can't really check it intraday. Not accurately. I have in the money cover calls in June that I rolled from last week to this week's expiration. My thinking is if we have a volumetric run, it'll hike IV enough on monthly for a good roll end of the week. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean you might get a decent roll, but I mean if IV pumps, you're gonna be even more underwater on the covered calls. So I mean, it kind of doesn't matter. Is Pulse responsible for today's price action? No, I don't think so. But if he does buy a significant number of shares, GME's pretty illiquid. That's a good time to buy. Although the last time he like hyped everything up, he bought what, like fucking 10,000 shares or something? Like literally nothing. So my expectations aren't particularly high. Say's high of 458 to 435 encapsulate the drops predicted from the previous thesis. Would 435 be the new higher floor? No, I think Lily can drop a lot more. That's why I've held on to my, massively underwater puts. even though I don't expect to really realize, I might make money on like the 425s. Actually, the 425s might be up right now. 425, 420, 400s maybe. But my like 390, 380s, I doubt it. The fucking news of their stupid like drug approval really fucked everything up. How many rejections of 4200 are we up to? 4? Although this one hasn't broken down yet. Pulte tweeted about his order not going through 1 minute before GME had the 191k candle. Goody. I mean, that's still not a significant number of shares. I'll get excited when a billionaire comes in and buys, a million or like 1.5 million shares or something like that. Like real pressure. Don't forget GME's free float's fucking massive now because of the split. And it's less shares than DFV. It's more than me if he bought 191,000, but not a lot. And I'm not a fucking billionaire. To quote George Soros, you call that a position? Would this be a decent time to start building a longer theta short position on the market? Say July monthly puts $2 to $3 below the current price. Thanks. You could, yeah. I mean, it does look like things are beginning to turn around. Although we may break higher today, you might get better opportunities. Recommendations on $500 office chairs. I like the steel case. I mean, I've had it for like almost a year now. That's been pretty awesome. Yet, you forgot not a billionaire yet. Well, I mean, if Nvidia goes to zero. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, another big fat future sell off. Is there some news? Or is this just a bear trap? McCarthy says no deal. Okay, so that's not going to persist. Why is everyone shocked? What would be the best way to combat greed? To just have triggers set for CCs already? Where do we get more run tomorrow and I miss out on some cheddar? Something is always going to run tomorrow, Alicia. You capture the opportunities in the market as they present themselves. Don't worry about the shit you miss out on. That's just how you fall prey to FOMO. What model steel case did you get? Fuck, I always forget the name of it. It's like, Gesture? Gesture. Yeah, thank you. I like it a lot better than the Herman Miller, but that's mostly because of the headrest. Bullard said 2 more rate hikes before the end of the year. That was this morning. Hmm. Okay. That was weird. There was like a big sell off on the call side, and then a bunch more calls came back in, so. Bear trap? That might clear some of the at the money put positioning out if we do. Like the 4190, 4200 put positioning. Might take profits there. 0 DTE ones, not longer dated. Dork Peener? I'm still long, Dork. The fucking calls are just coming right back in. Barely any sold off, and they've all been replaced. Some in the money calls sold off, which was interesting. But at and in the money puts also closed. My 4225C has a sucking chest wound. Jesus Christ, that's kind of far out of the money. I mean, I'd imagine it was. I bought it for 25. Okay, never mind. If you bought it for 25 bucks, then that's a pretty sweet deal. I think if SVX is going to get its upside push, it's going to be pretty soon. We're getting close. $105 counterparty. First, we fake a bomb for a stop loss, then McCarthy statements. There's never any lack of fun. There's not going to be a lack of volatility this whole week, actually. Even harder to call about buy a call at the bottom when scrambling to buy a put, I guess. 220. Huh. Any particular reason for the upward price action in GME? Well, it's super fucking illiquid. It's OPEX, and the market's putting pressure on everything. So, oh god, I can't even fucking imagine trying to like trade a reversal on Fidelity. That sounds fucking terrible. Does Fidelity have trail stops? You could use a trail stop, right, and then just focus on like buying your call or your put, right? Like your reversal position. I think it depends which exchange you use on Fidelity. I'm not sure though. I don't trade a lot of options on there. I mostly just sell calls. They do not great trail settings on options. Well, I mean, as long as they have them, right? The trick is you must choose between a terrible exit on the put or a terrible entry on the call. Trail stop limit got skipped over. Widen it. Uh, generally on SPX, you want a wider trail stop. If you're using a limit, you probably want at least probably at least 20 or 30 cents. If you're narrower than that, you're gonna get gapped over. And that's only if your strike's illiquid, like if you have a weird strike like 41.95 or something, you probably need like a 50% or 50 cent rather spread. I made 140% of a 0TT 4160 on that rip. $45. Nice, man. I'm glad your 4160 finally picked up the big bucks. You would know what someone would put their height on their resume. Wait, did you receive a resume with someone's height? I don't know. They can pick stuff up off of shelves. That could be a useful job skill. Maybe you have to make accommodations for them. She's 5'4". Oh wait, your wife put her height on her resume? Does she know about your options trading? She's a recruiter and she received a resume with someone who put their height on it. Oh, okay. I don't know, that's kind of strange. Maybe that person knows about her husband's options trading. It depends on the job you're applying for in America. There's definitely jobs where headshots asked for or required. But yeah, I know that's more common in other countries. No, not just like OnlyFans. I mean, true, but not anything she was applying for. I mean, sales. It's pretty common in sales. I got a job as a model for Abercrombie. They wanted my height and weight on the resume. I got fired my first day because I lied about my age. 16-year-olds can't be sexualized legally, I guess. Tell that to American Eagle. It'll be easier to reach 4210 on SPX now after that drop. Maybe a few puts, like a few like out the money and in the money puts sold off. So and a few more calls were bought, but that doesn't mean there's fewer future sellers at 4200. OnlyFans pay me to put my clothes back on. Rude. Do you see Upstart breaking down anytime soon? It very well could. It kind of almost tested the 15% above gamma max level right there. The only hope I'm really holding out for here is that SPX pushes up one more time, applies a little bit of that sweet active fund juice to my calls before I close them. You could if you want to, Red Ranger. I have some. I'll probably buy more. Do you have stop set on your GME weeklies? No. They're weeklies. Won't IV crush on Upstart? Yeah, but you can buy puts in the money. And then you don't have to, or, with theta, and you have to worry less about the IV crush. And it's like all vol shorts, right? When you play the downside, it's better to play the delta. You don't want to try to play, if you try to play extrinsic value, you can get burned pretty bad. I had a CV once that was 2 pages of the person's life story, including named, family, and friends, and a half page of education and skills. Did you hire them? Oh, lame. You suck. You definitely should have hired them, Frosted Flakes. That sounds like a fun person to work with. You want to work with people who don't talk? What an exciting day of trading at 41.96. A resume like that makes you think they're overcompensating for a lack of experience, or, now hear me out, massively confident in their ability to do the job. I finally started selling CCs on my untouched $42 cost basis GME bags this week. Any chance of a quick rundown what not to do? Um, the biggest one is don't sell covered calls during OPEX. The second biggest one is don't sell covered calls during ETF FTDs. The third biggest one is don't sell calls so far in the money that the price will never drop in time for you to reach your goal, unless you can afford to buy them back. That place where I worked, they tried to not pay me 96 hours of work. Are still trying to fill that position since I left 2 months ago. Did you ever get paid? When are we going to see GME go back down to 16? I don't know. Maybe over the next couple months. A lot faster if we realize some liquidity here. Upstart has made me an absurd amount of money over the last couple of weeks. I'm very fucking happy with it. Not all at once, but several times, which is almost better. I sued them via sindicato, which is like lawyers for workers. Oh, okay. Is that kind of thing normally quickly resolved in Italy? How's the bureaucracy there? On my last resume, I just put my headshot, my top 8 friends on MySpace, and told them that they can contact me by visiting their local Wendy's dumpster. Don't you want the higher price of OPEX? You can sell them at the end of OPEX. You don't sell them into the settlement period, though. That's how you end up super fucking underwater on covered calls you sold for nothing. Uh-uh. And so it begins. What? And so what? Oh, the push to put the 4200s in the money. I just gotta work. I had no clue, no clue what's going on. I think we're gonna move up here. Or well, at least start the process of moving up into the 4200 calls. How high above that? I don't know. There's a lot of fucking future sellers at 4200, man. Everyone's dumping their bags. Today's ridiculous. Is the push in the room with us right now? It's entered the room, but it's still brushing its shoes off. Are you trying to sell a 4220C? What? That's crazy. No, I don't think big down's at 3 p.m. At least not yet. It's in your order entry. Oh. I don't know what the fuck that's for. Good call on the weeklies. Are you gonna hodl your 0 DT calls as we see a 4200 test soon? Yeah. I have some 185 Tesla puts expire Friday. Do you think I'm in trouble or will it come back a bit? Tesla's been killing me going up nonstop lately. I think Tesla can drop, but it still looks like it's gonna test Gamma Max here. It's very close. Gamma Max is at like 187 on it. I was gonna enter some put positions on it this morning, but it started climbing in the pre-market, so I waited. I'm glad I did. I'd much rather enter them at this higher level. But it is like right. Not only is it at like long-term resistance, it's also at Gamma Max. Like a few cents short of it. So I might towards the end of today. I want to see how high it breaks above first. This looks bullish, right? Yeah. At least a little more momentum into the test. Not so much like the big fucking volume drop off that we've been getting all day. This looks more sustainable. How high can Upstart realistically go from here? It's getting limited. I mean, consistent increases beyond like gamma max are really difficult to sustain because you need more and more and more call buying to sustain it, right? So the GME a la 2021, like that kind of interest would be required to continue driving it higher. Otherwise, Gamma's gonna collapse and positions will capitulate. And calls become too expensive, really, to keep buying them. We had a pretty wide spread on these. Yeah. I'm starting $32 calls coming in hot. Cool. Do you still stand by your statement that GME $30 weeklies are safe? Fuck no. Man, upstart fucking calls really don't like to update their price, do they? You gotta be shitting me. Such a fucking struggle. There we go. Just got in the stream. We expect a little pumpy before dumpy, right? Went into the meeting and my upstart puts got destroyed. I feel big dumb getting these at 23 and not setting a stop. Definitely should have had a stop. You might get an opportunity to average them down, but IV's elevated, so it's probably not worth it. I don't know how much theta you have on them, but I hope it's enough. Hmm. Fucking Jimmy just selling off right now. So being a piece of shit, Jimmy. Is this 120% of Upstart Gamma Max? No. It's a little bit above 15%. Not quite 20. I guess I could take the risk. I don't really give a shit about these. Almost covered call time on Upstart. I'm getting ready. I have some out already. I have like 25 calls out at 20. I mean, I don't care if I get assigned, but I've got about another 100 I could sell. I'm probably not going to sell all of them. I probably won't get a chance. Why better for CC than puts at the money? IV crush. The low volume on GME is also concerning. I mean, it's also not T plus 2, right? Come the fuck on, really? We're gonna play this game. They're certainly struggling with 4,200. Yeah, I know. I think they win eventually. It's just drawn out. Feels pretty bad to be in underwater cover calls on Upstart right now. I was away when the news broke last Monday, and I didn't think it would carry on this long. Fuck. I mean, it was good news, in all fairness. But I mean, it'll probably revert back. You'll probably get another opportunity to re-enter. You could always try to roll your calls out further if you want. I mean, if the Fed does 2 more rate hikes this year, that's still not good for Upstart, right? Like the big shorts aren't going to get out. Nope, shorts were piling into Upstart from last Friday. I think they got burned today. You can hedge CCs with covered calls. You could sell a CSP. Well, when you get closer, you can sell a CSP at the strike. And then, you know, if you get assigned, you just buy back shares where you sold them. We're seeing 30, or is this gonna dump? I don't know. It'd be cool if we do. It could dump. Jesus fucking Christ, SPX. Bears are not having any of it today. I don't need to be that close to the money, right? Because volatility is going to pick up on it. Yeah, I'm going to sell some covered calls here. Yeah, there's really not a lot of weakening in the call positions still. I'll pull this back to 3. That's, yeah, 3's fine. I'll pull this back to like 160. 160 times 7. That slipped a little, but then GME's moving up. Okay, so GME's bouncing. Almost 2 o'clock. Still pretty early. Hmm. Yeah, I mostly just don't want to get chopped out here. I think on any of these positions. I think it's worth it to take on the little extra risk. Everyone also asks Win Boon, but no one asks Win Bear. Fair enough. I don't know. I think he's still on the Discord. Do you guys want me to buy puts on Upstart to keep this run going? There's some bulls. Can't believe I'm rooting for them. Go on, push it. Fucking weak ass shit. What the fuck is this? Are you rooting for the bulls so they hit the PTs and sell off? Shh. Never. That's ludicrous. I think Kenny's watching the stream and he's not happy with your GME shilling. He's probably got to hedge like an extra 1,500 weeklies on GME. Bull trap. Or just volatility picking up. No, there's no volume on this. It's fake. I don't know if I have a favorite Ludacris song. MOASS still on the table? Is MOASS a move to like $25 or $26 and then back down again? In which case, maybe. I'm not a huge fan, but you know, I had a 4190 straddle from last Friday and it worked out great today. So, actually all of the straddles that I had over the last week worked out very well to the long side. Even though we're at ridiculous prices. Tonight I might consider, depending on how this all shakes out, I may consider maybe leveraging the bearish side a little more. But that's really going to depend where we close. He says Luda in all the songs, doesn't he? Isn't that like his deal? Hmm. I'm not muted. I'm trying to sell some upstart covered calls and reposition my stops. How am I not filling on these? What's NQ looking like? Really struggling with 39.10, huh? Yeah, call positioning at 4,200, 4,205 is still increasing. Is it possible for Upstart to hit 400 again? That'd be really cool. It's really unlikely, but it'd be cool. Do you think Upstart's done after today? I mean, it looked pretty done into today, and then they started covering again this morning. So I don't know. Liquidity, like liquidity is being realized. I think shorts came in really hard on Friday, and they got fucked this morning. So I think it'll blow out those nearer dated shorts. And then after that, probably has more downside potential. Bullard calls for 2 more rate hikes this year, but yeah, pivot incoming. Almost every Fed president has come out and said 0.25 at the next meeting. J-Pow said uncertain, and then, the fucking market's pricing in like an 86% chance of a pause. So hear me out. SPX trades between 41.96, 41.98 and a close. Why would you say that, Tim? What the fuck, man? So is there less risk for T1, T2 VUPs after today for Upstart, and they could dump it quick? I mean, I think it's run enough today that we should probably be more concerned about like T5 uh tomorrow and T5. So like Thursday, tomorrow and Thursday. They also said inflation is transitory. That's true. If sold puts don't start coming in, then these zero DTE calls are gonna get roasted. Yeah, I'm aware. You know what? Actually, I think they are selling some puts, but they're not selling farther dated ones. Like I think they're selling puts at like 41.50 through 60. Maybe even like the 41.75s, but they're selling like zero DTE puts, and it's not keeping pace with the delta being bought on long dated puts. Little weak bulls all out of steam. I just want to make money off them one last time. We also said banks are strong and resilient. I mean, no, he said the banking system is strong and resilient, which it is because it's backed by infinite money. I heard you say something that if the market goes doo doo, it'll help inflation a lot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. If we get a crash, then they could pause or pivot. They'd probably have to pivot. Hey, Gert, quick question. If the Fed has infinite money, can they keep kicking the can forever? Quick question, Dork. If this all goes to shit, you don't think they'll pack the bags up and shift them out 20 years? It's always better for it to be someone else's problem. That's on 410 July puts on SPY. I have 420s. Well, they're not just puts, they're debit spreads, but I have a lot of them. More than I should have bought. We'll be discussing another debt ceiling 3 weeks after the first one is passed. We shouldn't have a debt ceiling. It's stupid. Wouldn't 500 BPS drop in a single candle overnight when you can't play zero DTEs on it? What's the deadline for the debt ceiling? I'm getting my popcorn ready. Yellen says June 1st. She reiterated that projection, so I mean she knows better what money's coming in than anyone else, but the TGA is real slim. I'm gonna guess that the TGA got a boost, and that's why we're kind of seeing liquidity drop off. But this could also just be pricing in more risk. America's still paying for all of its debt. Did you enter a Netflix position this morning when it was over 370? On the put side, yeah. I picked, well, the position I discussed last night. Bulls slow today. Weak, no momentum. Margin getting tight. They didn't make sufficient deposits, maybe. Although, much better to sell all your equities up here than it was at 4,100. I like to think that Yellen has a debit card attached to the Treasury account, and her biweekly trips to Sephora are the reason that we're so close to default. Biweekly trips to Sephora are one of the things I don't miss about having a girlfriend. Hmm. I'll leave that there. Hmm. Sorry. Just managing a lot of different positions right now. The market reacted to an attack on the Pentagon, and the VIX still didn't break 18. Well, I mean, it was a known fake pretty quickly, right? 4050, 4250 tomorrow, or 4100 post debt ceiling talk after market closure. I don't think we're seeing 4250. Neither today nor tomorrow. That's on Upstart puts. IV crush. I mean, bear spreads are better because of that. But you can buy puts that are like in the money. And if you buy enough theta on them, then you're just exposed to the delta, which is preferable. I just want to see 5 billion gamma fall off the chain, then reappear at 4125. Is that so much to ask? I don't think it's ridiculous. Hmm. I wonder if we get a little bit of sector shift of value here towards the end of the day. That could help us out a lot, Doric. Yeah, it's very flat. Bears same like bulls, Dork. I feel I speak for most dudes. I'd rather have a solid 7 than a 10 that drags me to Zephora. But if it helps a 3 become a 6, do you, girl. Also, number ratings chicks is lame. But wait, you did it. Too dangerous to short. Yeah, unfortunately, it is. I sold 15 more covered calls around like 29:20. But I'm waiting on the rest. So 35 of 130 covered calls out right now. Yeah, I feel like okay. I was gonna say if this fucking rejects, I'm just playing with fire now. Come on, stop being a little bitch. What's up, Aerodactyl? What if bears seem like bulls? I just said that. Oh, I see. You've inversed it. 2, you're ruggedly handsome. 3, I don't know what questions are. Okay. Well, thank you, Barodactyl, as always. Tell the Gurks I said hi. How far in the money are you? On what? Oh, fuck, I got stopped out of GME. Guess I'll try to buy weeklies tomorrow. Come on, you piece of shit market. Gurks, there's more of you? No, he named both of his daughters Gurk recently, long after they were born. They got renamed. 41.99.50 through 4250 trading range for the rest of the day. Fuck that. I didn't sit on this giant bag of fucking calls all day not to have them print. Just one quick spike, right? Let me unload him at $8. Easy 4x, and I'm happy. I'm not even asking for 42.20. You know, I'm not half as greedy as you. I'm asking for 42.50. Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Still no movement and positioning. Come on, we broke the high. We tested 41.1350 on futures. Jeez, I fucking hate everything about this. I mean, I don't want the Bulls to win long term. I just want them to win for the next 30 minutes. Oh, I have no idea. I'm sure that there's a million bugs on their mobile app. People have been asking you for 10 baggers in a day, and here you are with best I could do is a 4 bagger a day. I had a 3 bagger earlier on the pets. That was pretty cool. That's 7 total. This market makes no sense. Good thing it's closed on Monday in observance of Memorial Day. Bulls will take it and run. Careful. I'm ready for 4,300. Really? Then why did they sell all their calls? Just wait until deepfakes of politicians being assassinated are released, and then videos of the politicians saying it's a faker release, but then denied as deepfakes. But, like, really, the politician did get assassinated? Like, someone makes a deepfake video of a politician getting assassinated, but the politician got assassinated, it just wasn't videotaped. Then they make a deepfake saying that the politician wasn't assassinated, replace him with a body double, boom. Why do you need a body double? Because Elon's building the robots. The reality of Elon and Zuckerberg's goals are they just want to have sex with robots that cuddle with them. Everything they've set out to accomplish in the world has been that. Possibly in space. Because they're nerds. Elon's spacebot would be so bullish. If they were putting AI in sex robots, I'd be long Nvidia. That's like my goal too, though. Everything humans have accomplished has been in pursuit of that goal. I feel like that's the end of humanity though. Like we're hurtling towards our own demise. Cuz everyone will just stay at home fucking or getting fucked by their robots. We'll never accomplish anything else. We'll starve to death. I don't see the issue. All right. Well, I tried. The asexuals will save us all. One better hope. When Vups are going to come back to Earth? Or is it the next NVIDIA? I hope it's the next fucking NVIDIA. I own a lot of it. Bithead, occupier of VWAP Pontiff. Thank you so much, man. Guys, give Bithead a shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. Just literally all of you. Someone's 4,200 calls just went in the money. Futures testing 215.25 right now. Yeah, I feel like at this point it just leads to more buying, right? They got bait and switched hard on those fucking GME weeklies. Don't you have an evil grin on your face like the Sith Lord Palpatine? Well, we haven't tested 4210 yet. If we test 4210, then evil grin. You short upstart after chasing calls though, and you're gonna end up getting your fucking bags blown up by IV Crush. All hail Bithead. He's almost there, right? He's got to be getting close to Pontiff. I'm gonna have to do the math. My PC's humming like a motherfucker right now. I love how that's your market indicator. Any chance volume will pick up on GME, or is 2 to 5 million a new reality because purple circle bros? Maybe we'll get into IWM. That could help volume pick up again. Love you too, Bithead. Thank you, man. Usually when that happens to me, everything I own is about to expire worthless, even my shares and stuff. You guys need to get better computers. My computer doesn't do shit when the market bounces or starts pumping. It just sits there, making the same amount of noise. There are a lot of 4200s. There's 2.9 billion gamma at the strike. That doesn't mean future sellers aren't dumping every fucking bag they have into the upside, right? Market maker's a buyer right now. Who better to hold the bags? Remember that when your portfolio is getting smashed. Lady VWAP loves you the most. Thank you, Bithead. Praise be to VWAP. Well, by the level of degeneracy in here, I think that most people have gateways or machines. Compact. Compact Presario laptops. Nice try, Kenny. Ah, you bitch! Kenny stole my options. What a fucking prick. I'll buy them right back. I don't give a shit. Mm. We talked about Genie earnings coming up. You mean next month? No. The debt ceiling deadline is June 1st. Well, Yellen's deadline is June 1st. After 6 months trying to play Upstart, I ended up $200 up on the position. How? That's it? Well, at least you made fucking money. $200 for you is like if someone else made 2 million. So good. Now I can finally ban you. In your opinion, what would be a decent price to go long Upstart? I don't know. All the times it was at $12. In the future, I'd maybe like if it falls back sub 20. But you made money. That was the deal, half square. You could stay until you were finally profitable, and then I get to ban you. I don't care about your long-term losses. You're the one who bought GME at whatever ridiculous price you bought it at. That's a you problem. Remember when they dogged your Upstart play, Pickler? If only. Yeah, I do. It's only getting better, right? If we move into a stable credit environment, woo. Investors rushing into stocks are wandering into a bull trap, warns Morgan Stanley, Mike Wilson, and others. I guess we know institutions are going long puts now, Alan. The added bonus that stable credit market will also see some money flow into equities instead of out. Yeah, that's true. Maybe it'll finally be enough to force the capitulation of long-term shorts on Upstart. There's some big ones. When does this market go down, please? Well, I'd prefer it goes up a little before it does that, ideally. Dork, why is the butthole so loose? I agree, Nexus. Pulte also gives me those vibes. So an investment bank, JPMC, is looking to invest heavily in my tiny company I work for. Thoughts on them in general? I really don't know that much about them. The DD guy was a skis. Yeah, I don't know that much about him. If you send me some information on him, I can look him up for you or do some digging. You really want to know? Yeah. It's because a deepfake of Jamie Dimon is trading a deepfaked color for his deepfaked hedge equity fund. You know what you need to do, Dork? You need to inverse the contrarian position. That's the secret of the market. Why didn't I think of that? The Tricarian? I thought I was figuring out I thought I was figuring out what was most profitable for the least amount of people. Exactly. I'm getting rid of the Sienna for a Toyota Sequoia. Hmm. Are you making that purchase before you've negotiated the sale of your company? $4,400 end of week? No. Unfortunately, it does not look like that. Sorry. Call holder. Protrarian? Nice, Bithead. Yes. Or contra-protarian. Ooh, even better. Nice cars just cost money that can be spent on options. Luckily, this online YouTube gambling community I joined is giving me some financial equity and guidance to make this prior to the sale. Real sweet people. Thanks, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. Good job shilling. I don't know. It just seems to go up all day. Space Banana. I'm sorry to think 4250 is not in the cards for SPX today. No shit. If I don't have a nice car, how will people know I'm compensating for something? You could buy leather boots, like shiny ones, and wear them regardless of the rest of your attire. Don't buy nice cars unless you have expendable income and can eat the loss of value, or buy nice enough cars that don't depreciate, or a forerunner. I just hate buying cars in general. Like I could probably float like a couple nice cars, but I have nowhere to put them. And what's the fucking point? I mean, going fast is fun, but it loses its momentum very quickly. Crane lift them into your apartment. I'm gonna put my stop at 420. $5? I mean, keep going. Feel free. Oh, I got stopped out. All right. Kenny gave me my money back. Everything's okay. I've still got 142.15 to ride into the sunset. Alright, cool. Yeah, it was a hell of a battle. So this SPX madness is the realization of the debt limit, dog and pony show being priced in ahead. My thoughts are we dump hard as soon as it's passed. What you think? Yeah, I mean the treasury is just gonna like tie up liquidity, right? The mechanics of it are bearish as fuck. So you might as well get as much value out as you can now before the treasury dumps $1 trillion of fucking securities on the market, right? No, I'm sure it's dumping on this. I don't think this pump's gonna be very long lived. It has like a little bit more upside potential, but only a few more bucks. Looks like futures got rejected at 42.20 pretty hard. Profit taking incentives pretty big here. What's the cheapest put I can buy? Oh, those are way too expensive. 41.90 for 20 bucks. Oh, nope. I've burned up all the settled cash in the account for today. Upstart calls are pretty sweet though. Can you walk me through why CCs on OPEX are bad? The CCs during the settlement period are bad. Like selling them into the settlement period is very, very bad. Ah, playing the fucking market like a fiddle today. Look at this shit. The fucking dump is real. God damn it. Rug? Yeah. Big rug. Yeah, you want to sell GME CCs during OPEC settlement. You don't want to sell them into OPEC settlement. The mistake most people make, Kyle Daniel, is that they sell them into the OPEC settlement. That was fun. I wish I had more settled cash. I would have bought a lot more of those. Okay, so that was... This morning was 3x, then 3x, and then 1x. So 7x? That was close. Dork, did you make a profit? On the 42.25? Yeah. No, because if the price is, you're gonna be net debit to roll them out. No, it went up 5 cents, and I was like, "Fuck that to the moon, you greedy son of a bitch." Look at me. Expectations for GME earnings results probably worse than last quarter, unless they found somewhere else to trim fat. But they're running low, right? My single 42.25 is holding up the market. You bitch. I sold the top. I sold the top of the run. Do you think the market has peaked? I think the market peaked last Friday. All that profitability SS hype will die. GME's quarter two sales or quarter one sales are usually kind of dog shit, right? Quarter two sales, quarter one sales. Sorry, quarter one sales are usually really bad. I mean, there was some interest in like some consumer interest picked up, but a positive cash flow but negative EPS due to revenue decrease from the holiday season. Yeah, it makes sense. You think they can sustain cash flow positive? That would depend on how much their revenue decreases, right? Their online sales are probably improved, not significantly. If they invest the billion in cash, don't they already have it in like short-term securities? Upstart puts or spy puts a better play at these levels. I mean, spy can drop a lot more than upstart can, but it's up to you. Spy puts are probably more expensive. Theta on spy is usually not very cheap. Also, I'm not sure upstart's done running. I'd be patient with that one. I'd at least wait for IV to crush. Spend all the cash reserves printing RC's children's books. Console sales don't lead to profitability. You know that, right? Like, they don't make a lot of profit on console sales. Yeah, but not the basket you think, Hazy. It's R2K, first of all, and then it's mostly in like financial sector ETFs. And like AI and innovation ETFs. It's not a retailer. Think we'll see negative 200 BPS move for SPX soon. It's been over a month since a decently large down day. It hasn't been that long, but it's been a little while. They want those 4,200 deep in the money. They're barely keeping them in the money at all. Although I will say that most of the drop there was just due to call sell-offs. It wasn't really due to it wasn't due to shorts coming in. Quarter one is going to definitely surprise. Yeah, it's going to surprise people that think brick and mortar retailers are profitable in quarter one. If some of the bullish comments on GME are from people who have been here for a year plus, they haven't read anything by Graham. I mean, yeah, there's a counter argument to that. When has GME's price ever been anywhere near fair valuation? I mean, not since DFV bought it, right? Even then, there's a period you could argue he was overpaying for it. Yeah, no one cares about the 6,000 people on Superstock buying shit at GameStop. That's not billions in revenue. You think 421369 SPX from last Friday is the peak for 2023? I mean, maybe not for 2023, but probably for right now. The long positioning's breaking down. It could be, depending how the next few weeks go. It very well could be. I'm getting sick and tired of this market. What happened? Did your Julys expire worthless in the middle of the day? I'll remember you said that. What the fuck videos? Just like they were gonna lock the float, right? It's 2023 now. The float's still not fucking locked. It's been almost 2 years of DRS. I highly doubt there's any best dividend stock out there. Dividend stocks in general are shit. They don't grow. Pulte locked it today. Sure. It's just not that much money. I blurked out for a second there. When you buy the monthly SPX June 16s, are you the AM or PM? PM. Sometimes I'll get AMs if like the strike I want is more liquid there. It can be. Usually the AM strike, like the AM expirations, have better liquidity, but I prefer to buy the like the SPXW contract. Local Knights of Columbus chapters have tripled since the DRS. The need to help with the mentally challenged has nearly tripled. What a cause. Best film ever. Everything I need red is green, and everything I need green is red. Fuck this market, I'm going to bed. See you tomorrow, Subway Cup. I don't have the patience for this market anymore. I told you all day that we were gonna break above 4,200. Literally all fucking day. What do I get to see beyond the charts and into the matrix? A Palantir? Cena's pump time? Maybe. Kirk, I can't take it anymore. I've been struggling all day, but now I really need to poop. I'm sorry. It's okay. Go ahead, Carl. You have permission. When Jamie OPEC settlement, and do you see us going 10 to 15% above Gamma Max? I mean, today, tomorrow, and Wednesday are OPEC settlement, and I don't know. There's still very little realized liquidity despite today's price action. A little bit, though. There's a little bit of realized liquidity. The tips have not crossed. What's all that mean in layman's terms? It means that there's not sufficient secondary market or primary market liquidity covering to increase my confidence of a run. So currently the probability for a run, or a sustained one at least, is very low. We're also at Gamma Max. Like very, very, very close to it, right? Which means that there's not that much room to the upside either. You're gonna continue to do oversized straddles overnight despite the bearish positioning. Um, I really want to wait for T. Yeah, probably. I'll probably. I guess it depends where we end up at close today. If we end up sub 4,200 at close, then then I'll probably favor the bear side. Like I'm gonna keep the position moderately oversized, but I'm gonna favor the bear side. So maybe like 25, like 25 45 on the legs, or maybe I'll do like 30 40. Tesla doing that thing. Yep, it's a little bit above Gamma Max. I'd be patient with entering shorts. It broke the resistance, so it's got a little bit further it can run. Dangerously close to the 25 calls nest. What, on GameStop? I mean, they could just sell more, though, right? Like, this has happened before. We've come close to testing Gamma Max. They just sell even more calls. They're naked. They don't need shares or anything to sell them. Cover GME into a falling market. It's possible. We haven't seen that since 2021, though. It's been a long time since GME's been inverse SPX in a consistent way. Do you have any cover calls out on Fubo? $2 and $1.50. What was Nvidia's Gamma Max today? $311.94. Skew just at 313.89. So it broke. Interesting. JPM dude said they have till like June 6th. Could we do a poll for TGA predictions end of day? Sure. I hope you know I'm just gonna vote for the lowest number you put on there. I know. Did you see my question about selling CCs and then using that money to buy calls on the same stock at the same strike? So a poor man's covered call? That's a bull. That's like a bull call spread, like a shitty one, but a bull call spread. Kirk, those ranges aren't appropriate for the TGA. Why not? Treasury General account balance. The day's not over yet. Really? It was 57 on Thursday. Could you whisper some bearish things into the microphone, please? Our government is so fractured and divided they can't even agree on how to pay their bills. That's like actual bearish. Did God send down NVIDIA for our sins against Bobby? I didn't commit any sins against Bobby. Now I'm scared for my dollars again. Thanks a lot. The Treasury General account balance? 4 o'clock. But we just get the balance from Friday. It's like not as exciting. Gurk, my question. Where is it? I don't see your question. Ah, the GME $18 cover calls I sold on May 3rd are bigly underwater. And I sold the rest of my CCs today like a fool. Smart to sell bear call spreads at Gamma Max for 616. You don't want to wait for it to break Gamma Max first? See if it see if it breaks Gamma Max, or at least wait until after the T+2 period to sell the fucking short calls. Jesus Christ, why is everyone so fucking greedy? Like, what are you gonna miss out on? Like $1 of upside? You think Jimmy's gonna open at $19 the following day or something? Here's a nugget from Barron's. Analyst John Vinn of KeyBank Capital Markets rated it as overweight rating for NVIDIA stock and raised his price target to 375 from 320. Well, I'm not gonna buy their fucking stock now. Secret, but not too secret, Peener. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. As if anything matters anymore, we're living in the movie Idiocracy. That is up until my puts go in the money. Then we're in the movie Titanic. My Lily puts are coming back alive. Let's fucking go. Nice, man. If Nvidia is worth 375, GME is worth 375. You know what? I can't argue that logic. So then tell me this. When GME 375, I will sell everything. No, not $3.70. If GME hits $3.75, I'm going to buy everything. If Nvidia's worth 375, then I'm Warren Buffett. You're about as far from Warren Buffett as a single person could possibly get. Hey, but just curious, what percent of Upstart do you not have covered calls out? So I have 35 covered calls sold out of 130 that I could sell. 30 of those, nope, sorry, 25 of those are at $25. The rest are at 20. That's it. Well, I sold half my shares after earnings, like the ones with the shitty cost basis. So all the like ones that I had at like 1894, I sold those. Being above 4,200 feels like being on top of Mount Everest right before you die from the lack of oxygen. No, my 42.25s. You missed out on that $5, dork. You could have bought a Taco Bell quesadilla. I sold all of mine at 25. I'll sell more. I'm just waiting out the T+2 and T5 period. I don't expect T5 to have a big effect, right? Because Upstart doesn't have a lot of ETF liquidity. But I am gonna at least wait out T+2. I can always sell a dollar deeper in the money, right? But I'd rather not miss out on $5 of upside in order to gain the opportunity to sell right now $4 in the money, right? Will Upstart continue tomorrow? It could. I mean, the covering that came in today was a bit unexpected. That may be all of it, to be fair, but and obviously a declining market, which we're rapidly seeing into the end of the day, is not bullish for Upstart's future potential here. Jesus Christ, I should have fucking full boated on those 41.95 zero DTEs when they were 35 cents. Dumb. Or just not greedy enough. I should be more greedy. Full boated? Dropping all your settled cash? You can use boats as collateral? I mean, yes. Yeah, you can. Well, SPX has fallen off of the screen. It hasn't hit its intraday low, though. Although the amount of call capitulation going on right now is pretty fucking bearish. I'm about to buy a boat and get it repoed. Do you have an IBKR margin card? I think IBKR trusts people with treasuries held for margin way too much. Like, how do you define risk on a like Lamborghini? Why the fuck are you being greedy? Also, Pi-Fi, I should have been greedier. Well, I had a good feeling that the 4,200 level would break down some. There was going to be some call capitulation after profitability was lost. So there was a good thesis to buy like 41.95s and capture the downside move. I just bought one for fun. I think I bought it like back here, like somewhere right here after the top started to break down. So it was around 254-ish. I sold it when it was up 100%, but or maybe it was a 41. Was it a 41.90 or a 95? I can't remember. TGA's Treasury General account. I think it was a 90. Okay. 41.95. I don't remember. 41.90. Okay, everyone's opinion seems to be very mixed on what it was. I could just look, I guess. Orders filled. It was a 41.90. Does today rejuvenate that possibility? It looks better today, yeah. I mean, it tested Gamma Max this morning and then it failed ever since, so 2% down today it's a nice drop. It could drop more. I have 40 25 calls that are now almost back at break even. I have puts. I have 40-20 puts and 400 puts that are looking a little better, but still mostly like dog shit. I would like to see it drop a lot more. Maybe the speculation's finally drying up. It had quite the post-earnings pump. Well, new drug pump. The earnings were actually terrible. No, it was 41.90. I just checked. Fuck this market. I said a trailing a stop, but I should have bought like 50 of them. Not one, right? They were cheap as shit. I set a trailing stop by like one whole dollar on my $10 spread, so it kept stopping me out on like nothing. I've made like 10% 3 times now, only to see it could be 30. That happens. But making money, even if you make 10% 3 times, you still made 30, right? Like don't get wrapped up in missing out on what could be. If you made profit, you won. The end. There is no continuation of that story. Because at the end of the day, the guy who makes profit every time, but maybe makes a little less, wins. I'd like to see 4,500 BPS drop. That'd be pretty cool. I would also like to see that, but I don't think I want to live in the conditions that a 4,500 BPS drop will mean for the next 5 years, right? Like it solves a lot of problems that we currently have in the macro environment, but it's going to create a lot more. What would you do with a 100K cash portfolio right now? Wait for CSPs? Yeah, you could, yeah. What, like at the bottom of a market? Good luck perfectly timing the bottom, but what about the guy who makes a small profit like once a month that loses the rest of the time? That guy needs to learn how to repeat making small profits and not repeat the losses. Thoughts on when we can revisit below 410 on SPY, like time frame? I don't know how aggressive this failure of the top is going to be. It could be very aggressive. It might not be that aggressive. If we fall below 4163, well, actually, if we fall below gamma neutral, then that downside could be realized a lot faster. But right now, it's best to consider the time frame to be at least 2 to 3 weeks before we can get that low. If we fall below gamma neutral, that changes, right? But right now, above gamma neutral, you have to assume that there's going to be stability on the long side, whether you want there to be or not. You need to assume that the market maker is buying into falling prices. Until the prices fall sufficiently, you're not going to realize downside rapidly. Don't get me wrong, that can happen overnight. We can close tonight at like 41.90 and open tomorrow with futures trading at like 41.20. It's far from impossible. But understanding those levels and what they mean and how they affect price action is very important for how you choose how much theta you have. So, below gamma neutral, I'm a buyer of shorter dated theta, right? Because price action can be realized faster. Above gamma neutral, I'm buying longer dated theta, especially if I'm targeting the downside. Need to build an indicator on new members to inverse. I made 500 on Upstart, but could have made 10K. I need to work on my exits, but at least I'm consistently profitable. Nice, man. Still a lot of calls at 4,200. I don't know why they're still sitting there. They're not growing. But they're still there. I guess they're just gonna wait for charm to decay into the end of the day and then try to close out the rest of the position. So, but it doesn't look promising for them, at least not momentum wise. They're gonna have to turn this around soon if they want to realize that upside. Hmm. Yeah, on the 15-minute, this doesn't look very good at all. Failure to fill the gap on the breakout. Failure to break the 4205 resistance significantly. We're staying within the lower trend, right? I mean, it definitely adds confidence to a move below like that 4175 level where this is where we're going to start to look for momentum to pick up to the downside, right? And then think of this like, those little Hot Wheel things where like the car goes through it and then it goes faster. Right? Oh, fucking no. Hold on. Epic Pen's being stupid. There we go. right? So yeah, think of this zone here as like accelerating price action to the downside. And then, if we break through 41.35, or well, yeah, I mean the strike is gonna be 41.35. Then, this downside range can be realized very quickly. So, the really smart thing to do here, right? If you're trying to be at least moderately risk averse, right, is to wait for confirmation, right? And sure, like, obviously the greedy trader will enter here, right? During a period of uncertainty. And yes, this can be more profitable. But, the more risk averse trader will enter slowly across this period, right? Confirming the downside as it goes, and then switch to taking profits as they're realized, right? See, I do that, then it's the bottom. That's what stop losses are for. And if you make money on this position and this position, and then you get stopped out of this and this, right? On a turnaround, you're still break even, right? You haven't made any money, but you haven't really lost any money, you know? If you don't set a stop and you let the fucking price run back up to like 4,200 on a bounce, and then you're like, oh my god, my puts, you played yourself. So sometimes it's better to make 20, 30% over and over and over again, especially when you don't have a lot of money to risk, than it is to try to always hit those like 5 and 10 baggers. They'll come. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, what you want is you just want to be able to have a consistently stable amount of capital with to deploy in the market. The exposure itself will bring returns, right? You don't need to you don't yeah, you don't need you don't need to be overexposed to everything, right? If anything, you want to be underexposed to everything. Only take small amounts of risk, and then sometimes, that small amount of risk will realize, substantially greater returns, right? No, I want to make a 5x win and post the screenshots at Reddit. It's boring as shit, but you guys want to get rich, or you want to just be rich for a day? You've all at this point been rich for a day, right? How'd that last? Did you go out and buy defensive stocks to sell covered calls on with like decent year over year yields? Did you buy treasuries? Or did you fucking YOLO it into the next options position you thought was gonna beat the market? I bought a Kindle. Or that's an investment in your education, so I think I think I give out more than enough information here for someone to turn that into a significant amount of money. I haven't tuned in months. Is Upstart still a play for this upcoming week? It could maybe run a little bit more, Matthew. I would say that there's some risk in chasing it, obviously, but it could run a little bit more. We know, Girk, buy the top, sell the bottom. No. That would require us to understand, retain, and implement that information. No? I mean, you just like you don't you just need to be safer. Half the people in here would make far more money if they just stopped buying zero DTEs. The other half would make far more money if they stopped buying weeklies and monthlies and focused on building income. If you have income, you can degenerately gamble all day. It's super fun. Like, I bought GME weeklies earlier, and I wasn't kidding. I can sell those calls back to myself, and I won't lose a fucking penny. Where do you think Tesla goes the rest of the week? I'd be careful shorting it right now. I stepped back from it this morning when it started running. I shorted Netflix. I moved ahead with the Netflix short, but Tesla I held off. I'm gonna see where it runs to. It's already over Gamma Max. Might not be sustainable. If it starts to pull back more seriously, then I'll sell the bear spreads and buy the puts. I mean, I think it can drop. It's got plenty of downside potential, but Tesla's got a little bit of OPEX risk, and it's much harder to track because the ETFs it's primarily in are extremely liquid, like QQQ and SPY. How do we build income? There's a million ways. You can buy stocks and sell covered calls on it. You can learn to sell CSPs on shit and never get assigned. Um, and well, that's the goal. You will get assigned eventually, but ideally you never get assigned. You can learn to sell spreads, you can sell condors, you can sell butterflies, you can sell inverse condors and inverse butterflies, you can sell short strangles and short straddles. There's always someone to sell shit to. Someone's always buying theta. Theta's a really good way of making income. You guys have bought a lot of theta, right? Someone sold that shit to you. I got stopped out of the GME calls. Tell people not to sell deep in the money. CSP is counting on an OPEX run. Yeah, that's a bit of a gamble. How do you sell theta? Are you fucking serious right now? I know you're just trolling me, but really? Where would we learn about these magic strategies? Here. And options is a strategic investment. Or, there's other options books, but I like this one. No, I don't get money for referring it to you. It's a heavy book. I have a paperweight that looks just like that. Have you tried opening it? There's secrets inside. If I make money, who can I blame for females leaving me? I would be forced to look at myself at that point. Just tell yourself they can't keep up with how awesome you are and you'll be great, like every other person who makes money. PFE got assigned shares at 39. I want to sell CCs. Keep waiting through tomorrow. Well, it's pretty defensive. Had a nice bounce today. Yeah, maybe. Maybe wait a little. There might be some decent cover call opportunities here, but this is a crazy run. It's already up 5% today. It's gonna put a lot of strikes in the money. It's liquid. So I mean, it may not run harder, but it could. What's the news it's moving on? Oh, diabetes drug shows weight loss results. Yeah, maybe give it a few days. I know you want to take advantage of the implied volatility, but if you can always just sell delta instead, right? You should get an Amazon affiliate link just for that book. Yeah, I'm not good at monetizing things or promoting them. I wondered what happens when quarterlies get in range of VIX calculation on Wednesday. Like the 531 expiration? That's already out of range. Yeah, those are. I mean, they're still part of the VIX 9-day. Can you sign my copy of Options of Strategic Investment? No. 130% on Upstart weeklies today. 70% on GME weeklies. Bought and paid for with Fubo $1 CCs. I'm learning, Dad. Nice, man. Congratulations. Win condoms. Merch line. I'd buy a pickle thong. Okay. I'm paying $10 a month for advice I never use. And he says he's not good at monetizing things. Don't worry, Pops. You'll get the hang of this monetizing thing one day. I doubt it. But thanks for the vote of confidence, Trash. I'm being a total degenerate with this 4190. It's not your fault, Gherk. Well, you're in the money now. How do you feel? $35C weeklies on GME are 6 cents. Are you ready? I'm ready to not buy any of them. Range of condoms called stop loss. You can make several dollars a year if you spent hours setting up an Amazon affiliate link. Yeah, not worth it. What would Gherk want to monetize? Why would Gherk want to monetize thongs, hats, and condoms? We can make 10x that on a good day trading. You're right. I should charge more money for Dillionaire. How long do we wait until buying Tesla puts? End of day tomorrow, Wednesday, Friday. I don't know. I'm not sure when I'm going to buy them. I'm not going to buy them. I'm probably not going to enter them today. That much I can say. I'm probably not going to enter them today. Will I regret that? Possibly. But not today. He's out of the money now. Hopefully he had to stop. What data point do you think will have the most impact on price action, if any? I mean, PMI tomorrow is important. The Fed dot plot's going to be relevant. GDP and PCE are going to be very important. Don't forget that we're technically in a stagflationary environment that's being ignored because we only had preliminary GDP data. The second confirmation of GDP data could uh, really cement the idea that we are in a stagflationary environment. Imagine how much money you can make selling pickle picks. That's the OnlyFans is my backup plan if I blow up my port. I'm telling you guys, Gherkin, Japanese lunchboxes, and tchotchkes. June 30 quarterlies, contract hits 37 days. VIX calculation on Wednesday. Oh, you're talking about June. Sorry. I thought you were talking about the May quarter, like the May end of month, where the JPM spread is. Collar. Need a tier above Dillionaire called Teacher's Pet, who are given homework assignments and solutions posted. I'm not doing it. Fuck off. Jimmy OPEC's looking good, right? No. Better, not good. Kurt gives away all his best trading ideas and the playing with Pickles Twitch streams. I need you to hold my hand when it says TGA is at $0. Are you thinking GME and NOPEX because no shorting? Well, because we're still not seeing a lot of realized liquidity. We're seeing a little bit, but not a lot. And in the past, that's led to NOPEXs. Also, the lack of an increase in borrow rate is unfortunate. It's you don't need the borrow rate to go up for us to have an OPEX, but it's nice to see that, right? We do a membership tier called Popcorn Traders where you give them my YOLOs. No one's gonna pay for that. TGA balance in 4 minutes. I'm gonna end the poll though. Wow, some of you think that the treasury account balance is gonna go way up, huh? Just a reminder with anyone with SPY options, they trade for 15 minutes after close. I think people forget that a lot. Yeah, your shitty SPY zero DTs that close just out of the money at the end of the day and then that SPY drops, you could still sell those. You should make a 1K a month tier for Dorks Dunks. Is that where you just dunk on people? Is there news with Upstart? Like, why has it ran so hard over the last week? Oh, there's been a bunch of news on Upstart. Quite a lot of it. They had excellent earnings. They're expanding their product line. They made a deal. They inked a deal with Castle Lake to come in and buy $4 billion worth of underwritings, which then frees up not only their free cash but their balance sheet significantly, as they've been holding a lot of their own underwritings on their books. So yeah, Upstart, a lot of bullish news. Good company. GME is going to $40 this week. Why? Because I have cover calls out that I sold for next to nothing a week ago. You're all welcome. Why would you do that? Why would you sell cover calls into OPEX after all the time you've been here? Did you learn nothing last May? When I told everyone wait for Wednesday and everyone was like, fuck you, Gherk, we're selling cover calls. I remember. I have evidence. Someone actually said fuck you, Gherk, in the chat. So if it's a NOPEX, what fucking difference does it make if you sell your covered call before or after it? I failed you, Dad. People still have GME shares? Yeah. Hold on. Spy, gray on the day. Close. Man, that's a lot of fucking 4,200 calls that did not close. They've got a... Nope, that's dead. Ding ding. Alright, what's the fucking treasury balance? $60.656? So up, yeah, still really low, but slightly up from, and that's for Friday, right? 519. Yeah, not up a lot, but that's also last Friday. That's before the weekend. That's not a significant improvement. June up to 975, 9.75% of the day. People asking why people have the shares. I mean, it's not like you're gonna sell them, big fish out of the water. So what do you care how much GME's up? When is the next update on balance? Tomorrow at 4 p.m. It's 6.56 billion, 60.656 billion for Friday. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, today was interesting. We saw a further breakdown of the bullish positioning and the longer dated bullish positioning on SPX. I think we've seen a moderate increase in far dated puts, which are still, cheap. And so we're starting to see a little bit of repositioning there. Obviously, we haven't dropped down to levels where I think our price action is going to be sustainably bearish, but the trend does appear to be shifting. That's two consecutively lower closes. Or well, are we just sorry? We're up. Futures is lower, but SPX is up 0.02%. So flat close. 4220 calls look like they dropped off the chain. 4215, 4225. Those were originally bought for June. Those appear to be gone. I'm not seeing any significant selling of puts anywhere yet, but obviously I'll confirm that after market close. Well, after a couple hours later tonight, we'll see if JFresh pumps out some data on that. So for all intents and purposes, tentatively, I would say that we're seeing a reversal in positioning that. And that coincides with the idea that this indeed was a risk off, which if that is true, we will see more downside in the days to come. thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Congrats on everyone who did well on zero DTs or Upstart or GME today. There were all some runners. Thank you guys. Have a great night, everyone.